Hey everybody, I'm back. I made it back. And I finally finished up in my free time uploading all of the archived videos and breaking down all the 6, 7, 8 hour full versions into the, smaller podcast length, hour, 2 hour episodes. So hopefully we can reach more people. And now I'm so excited to get back to working on new content. And I have so much interesting stuff that I just can't wait to talk to you guys about. I'm so excited to do new content and get back into this as much as possible. I just finished the new series. It was about 9 hours. So I busted off the first 6 to 7 hours into these two videos on the screen. So it will be Operation Go Max Part 1 and Part 2. That'll cover the first 6 to 7 hours of this series. And I decided to chop off the last about 3 hours and make it a standalone video, which I will upload right after these, and these will be uploaded tonight. I had all of this stuff outlined. You know how I keep notes for years and years, and I had all of this stuff outlined, and then we had that massive snowstorm, and we had a little bit of a power outage the first day, which left me without internet and stuff. But then when the power came back on, we were still snowed in for like 3 or 4 days before snowplows came out to where I'm at. And so I thought, hey, I don't have to go to work. I'm snowed in. So I can cram this out. And I worked like 19 hours the first day and like 17 hours the second day. And I didn't even make a dent in it. So it ended up that I had to go back to work. So it took me about 2 weeks or so to make this. But I hope you guys like it. And hopefully I packed it full of stuff you haven't heard anywhere else, or at least a take on things that is fresh. Then I just came off of a water fast, several days of just straight water and not even tap water, distilled water. So none of the fluoride and chlorine and all of this stuff. Tried to keep all chemicals out of me. I didn't take an aspirin or Tylenol or anything. So I'm feeling great. I have a lot of energy. I've been with the Lord. So that's always a personal revival, to be revived again. I feel great. I'm not a Debbie Downer and just so exhausted like I was in the last video. And I'm excited about this video. So I hope you guys are too. Don't get scared away by what's on the screen. That I want to talk a little bit about Erika Kirk and the Charlie Kirk assassination. No, this isn't going to be just a regurgitation of everybody, of all the soap opera drama. That's not where I'm going with this. But as you can see here on the screen, some of the most controversial episodes that she has brought up are about like Project Looking Glass and the MK Ultra programs and, the Matrix type stuff, time travel of all things in some of Charlie's texts. And of course, one of the important things I want to talk about is the recurring dreams. These are all topics that will be mostly dismissed by the mainstream. They want to focus on politics, money laundering, that type of thing, which all of that level of the cabal and the mafia, that's all important as well. But a lot of people who live and breathe politics, which is sucking up all the oxygen in the room. Now you go on any of these platforms and it's just nonstop politics. And the vast majority of people who live and breathe in those circles, and especially the algorithm keeps them in those circles so that they can't hear the expanded version, the bigger picture, they will completely dismiss the topics like this. Half of them are trying to dismiss her as a crazy person or a laughingstock, and the other half, say like Fox News and things like that, they just don't even want to touch topics like this. But many of you know, if you are my subscribers, and welcome to anybody who's new, please stick around. You'll probably love this community if you'll just stick around and hear us out. But those of you who have walked this journey with me for a long time, you know that I'm not scared of these topics one bit, and I'm not going to trivialize them and, just, ooh, it's hocus pocus and conspiracy theories. No, I talk about them all in the context of the patents and the documents, and I show the interviews and the TED Talks and the reality, the science of what is going on with this brain-computer interface and the MK Ultra programs, even deep diving into the Montauk programs, the Looking Glass programs, Project Pegasus, things that might be considered time control, but now we know are more closely described as AI time dilation, which is all these videos here on the screen are on my website. So what I will be talking about is taking those seemingly anomalous tips that have been coming in from the Charlie Kirk investigation and showing how they are not anomalous. These are not anomalies. These are actually puzzle pieces in a bigger picture. So I'm going to try to bring it up higher, away from all the politics and the soap opera, and show how all of this fits together. And if you'll stick around and not just think this is just another Erika Kirk bashing video or something, you'll see things in this video that you have not seen or heard anywhere else, almost guaranteed. And for those of you who love Candace Owens and are following this investigation closely and can hardly wait for her next episode, and Barron and Ian and Coach Colin and all of them, I hope you'll hang around too, because I'm not disparaging that investigation at all. In fact, my 30 years of research dovetails right into that investigation. And I have a couple decades worth of videos in my archive that hold answers that are huge puzzle pieces in the puzzle that they are putting together, especially when it comes to the military intelligence programs, the Fort Huachuca base, dealing with the N3 technologies, the DARPA N3 technologies, and what we're going through on a world scale right now. So I hope that they are aware of the size of the beast that they are actually fighting. This thing is so much bigger than what a lot of people think. You know, people who just casually tune in to the Candace show and, you know, they want the tabloid facts. Oh, she lied again. Erika lied again. They're lying. Stuff like that. Hopefully I can get this word out to those people and bring them up higher into this deeper understanding of what's going on, because this ties into everything. It ties into why the whole world was just locked down under the pretense of COVID-19 and so much more. If these researchers are sincere in their hearts and they really want to put this puzzle together and to see what is going on, they're going to see something of biblical proportion, something that affects every one of us, just like the lockdowns did. It happened all at once, the whole world. I mean, you can't say that every nation on earth wasn't working together. There were only a few nations that didn't go along with the COVID-19 narrative. And surprisingly, much like Charlie Kirk, all of those leaders of those nations were also assassinated. Allegedly. Disclaimer. Obviously, everything I say on my own vlog is just my personal opinion, and for all legal purposes should be considered alleged and speculation only. I'm not a medical doctor, nor am I diagnosing or prescribing treatment for any illness. All content on my website, my vlog, podcast, blog, live streams, and all other affiliated sites where my content is hosted is for entertainment purposes only. Here's a list of just a few of them to refresh the memory of, it's been years ago, and a lot of people may not even know this. It's not covered in the mainstream media. And if it is covered, it's only to cover it up, to provide an excuse. Like here, the president of Haiti. So the president of Haiti was assassinated on July 7th, 2021 by armed intruders at his residence. But of course, the fact checkers are like, it had nothing to do with the fact that he had refused, the COVID mandates and all of that. It was probably just gang violence. And every one of these are covered up that way. But, here they are. Here's the list of them. The Prime Minister of the Ivory Coast, the Prime Minister of Swaziland, the President of Burundi, and the President of Tanzania, all who were healthy in like their 50s and 60s and just suddenly died suddenly, right? You guys remember that phrase in the news that they covered up all these deaths, died suddenly. So yeah, Tanzania died suddenly on March 17th of 2021 after being a total COVID skeptic. President of Burundi died June 8th of 2020. Prime Minister of Swaziland died on December 13th of 2020, all simultaneously refusing to take part in the mandatory vaccines and mandatory lockdowns. See, we look at something like Iran regime change and we're like, oh, we don't want to be involved in regime change, or Venezuela. Oh, we don't want to be involved in, regime change in Venezuela. But there are smaller nations. They don't even get the common courtesy of, pretending. They're just like, yeah, we're just really going to kill you. We're just going to kill you. You're so unimportant to this beast system, this world crime syndicate. Yeah, they only waste media space on things that they think people will create an uprising or some sort of resistance to their efforts. So, Iran, people are paying attention to that. So we get propaganda for that regime change, or Venezuela, we get a good excuse for that. But when it comes to the smaller nations, they just, basically bust into their house and kill them. Sort of the way Israel just went into Iran and killed all the scientists while they slept in their beds. You guys remember on all of my videos over the last couple decades, we're continuously talking about this over and over and over. Like Steve Quayle's site, he used to chart all of the dead scientists. Here's 2004 to 2015. And, he would go through and show the scientists that were all being assassinated for the information that they weren't allowed to have or share. Even David Paulides in his Missing 411 series, he made the connection, he saw the pattern, and he brought it up several times. He said there seems to be a pattern that several of these missing people are scientists or high IQ people in different universities, especially of German descent, he said, which is very interesting if you know anything about Project Paperclip. And here's just a few of the videos that I have put up over the years, showing the same exact type of thing. Here's one, it's called Medical Mafia, Suppressed Cancer Cures, Mysterious Deaths of Doctors and Scientists. So in the beginning, I deal with some of these suppressed treatments, and then the last half of the video is all just one after the other, after the other, after the other, of these, they're just killing scientists. Here's another one that deals with some very specific assassinations that are of monumental importance to all of us. I just can't believe this isn't common knowledge, but I mean, we all know why it isn't. But also in there, I deal with these airplanes, them taking down like flight MH17. There's all of these flights that shot down over Ukraine. Imagine that. Why is everything in Ukraine? But that happens constantly. They'll take out scientists in groups. They'll set up a conference or whatever, and they'll invite all the top scientists to it, and then they shoot down their airplane or sabotage the engine or, whatever. But in this video on the screen called Biggest Cover-Up, Marburg Assassinations, Flight MH17, Gulf War Syndrome, Thalidomide Babies, and Long COVID since 1954. And I mainly focus on the flights that took out all of the AIDS doctors that obviously would disprove Fauci's AIDS research in the 1980s. He should have been charged criminally and removed from government long before he was given the opportunity to do the same thing again with the COVID injections. And then the same thing with a flight that took out all of the top cancer doctors. And there are tons of others mentioned all throughout my archive. Aaron Valenti, I talk a lot about because that's a Silicon Valley AI scientist, and the head at Cunningham, who was in the Atlanta CDC right before COVID-19 was rolled out, found floating face down in a river. So anyway, you get my point. Long before it was copacetic for Israel just to come out and say, yeah, we're going to go to other countries and kill their scientists. We don't want them to have that information, so we're going to take out them while they sleep. It's been going on. The mafia hits have been going on. The world mafia has been doing this my entire lifetime. And like I discussed in the only other video I ever did on this Charlie Kirk event about the CIA and Mormon connection, we see the same thing. But anyway, in that video, I introduced my theory of what is going on, because it looks like the Mormon mafia's fingerprints are all over this thing. When you have the Patsy shooter, Tyler Robinson, he's a Mormon. Lance Twiggs, also from a Mormon family. He was Mormon right up till he decided to change from Mormon to transferee. The mysterious ex-sheriff neighbor Mormon that escorted Tyler Robinson into, who was also his Boy Scout leader or whatever, and then he ended up bringing Tyler and handing him over to very specific law enforcement that they don't have any video of his confession or any of that. So he was Mormon. That sheriff was Mormon. Then you'll see when we get to these controversial, quote, Egyptian planes that everybody is calling Candace the C word and the B word about. This particular private jet with tail number N888KG was actually early on in her investigation, and it was the flight that kind of prompted her to even start looking into other flights and if there were any other planes that had strange activity, because this plane was on the ground the day that Charlie was killed, and allegedly it departed right after the assassination, and shortly after it took to flight, it turned its transponder off. So anybody who knows about military operations or secret military bases, like if you've studied Area 51 and S4 and all of these different bases out in the desert, that's common. These people go to work back and forth by jet. They go in and, to their airports, just like we catch the bus. And they get on these private jets and they go out to these military bases to work.
Day-to-day activity at the Janet terminal looks completely normal. Overnight, there are only 20 or 30 cars in the parking lot. But during the day, there are hundreds of cars parked there. People show up in civilian clothing, they get on the planes, they go to work. Most of the passengers fit on 4 737s. They're gone all day, they come back in the evening, get in their cars, and they go home. Janet planes have airline codes and flight numbers just like regular commercial planes. And just like typical planes, Janet's planes are equipped with transponders that allow them to be tracked. Using a few websites, linked below, you can track almost every flight in the world. But something strange happens when you track a Janet flight. As soon as it gets about 20 minutes north of Las Vegas, the plane vanishes. Whoa! You know what's up there? Area 51! The government officially calls it Homey Airport or Groom Lake, but yeah, that's Area 51. Janet also flies to Air Force Plant 42, the Tonopah Military Test Range, and the China Lake Weapons Testing Facility. Now, these are the most restricted airspaces in the world. Okay, so here's the current Janet fleet.
Hey, should we be showing this?
What, this is public information?
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
What was that? You hear that?
They use regular airports and stuff, so within a certain distance of those airports, they're normal planes, but then when they get closer to their destination, their transponders go off, and it's all legal because that's part of the military, the government. So when she saw that happened right after Charlie's assassination, of course that sparked her interest. Is this a military operation? What is this? So anyway, this is the plane, this is the tail number, and it's owned by Derek and Shalane Maxfield, who are these billionaire Mormons, which they, of course, in turn use to fund their own foundation working with child sex trafficking and child sexual abuse. And we see that again and again and again, not just Erika Kirk working in these same exact type of NGOs, but we see that everywhere we look. So anyway, Candace didn't make any of the connections with this airplane and the Mormon Mafia that I talked about in my last video, and I'll talk more about in this video, but this is the owner of the plane, this billionaire Mormon. Which brings us back to the president of Haiti who was assassinated. It's bigger than COVID. You guys remember the foundations, the Clinton Foundation, it's all these NGOs, right? Doge wasn't the first one to expose all of these NGOs. We've been exposing these NGOs for decades. So anyway, most of you, if you're watching a channel like this, you know about the Clinton Foundation in Haiti. And if you don't, you can just do a quick search and there's a zillion articles on it, even though no one's ever been held accountable, except I guess Laura Silsby and those guys. Like here's February 18th, 2020, how the Clintons robbed and destroyed Haiti. Here's all the way back when Trump was running for election in 2016. Donald Trump has said the work of Bill and Hillary Clinton in Haiti was a, quote, disgrace. What really happened? The Clinton family, they are crooks, they are thieves, they are liars, said Trump. Although, again, nobody's ever held accountable.
Because I was very honored, very, very honored, when I heard that President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton was coming today. And I think it's appropriate to say, and I'd like you to stand up. I'd like you to stand up. And honestly, there's nothing more I can say because I have a lot of respect for those two people. So thank you all for being here.
Well, except right here, Laura Silsby, and this is the point I wanted to bring up. As an example of so many of these foundations working with orphans and sex-trafficked children. The predator, Laura Silsby, and several of her co-workers were doing the same thing under the guise of that they were there to help the orphans after the big earthquake. But what they got caught doing was trafficking, child trafficking. 33 children, trying to steal 33 children across the border. and saying they were orphans. And many of these children had parents. They were screaming, crying. They're like, my parents aren't dead. They're stealing me, and they caught her and they arrested her. But of course, the Clintons came to her rescue and, tried to get them to drop the charges and all of this stuff. But, and she has been released now. And guess what? Is working with a tech company that has infiltrated the Amber Alert system, which very much reminds me of the situation with the Johnny Gosch kidnapping. That Noreen Gosch, his mom, reported she had several inside whistleblowers contact her privately that we still do not know their names. Probably the ex-FBI agent, Ted Gunderson, who worked with her extensively. He probably knows the names, but she didn't publish them. That over the years, she was contacted both by people within the mafia that helped her out, that were fighting other mafia families, called and gave her information about her son, and also insiders in this corrupt police network called her and told her that the reason you aren't getting any help finding your son is because, like we're talking about Laura Silsby, that people inside the police departments are working against you. But she knew that. That's why she contacted Ted Gunderson, and she did all of these documentaries about the corruption in the police department, because she was stonewalled. They were rude to her. They basically threatened her. The police were trying to back her off of investigating her own son's disappearance. Can you imagine? We look at what's happening to, say, Candace, that they're like, back off, and Trump's calling her personally and saying, stop talking about the pedo dude who married Macron and groomed him since he was a child and now dresses like a woman and pretends to be his wife. Stop talking about it, Candace. Imagine it being your own son. And that's what she experienced. And she could not get any help. And she made documentaries about it. She did all that she could. And she didn't realize until much later in life, after her investigation turned up all these connections within the police departments, even with her own husband's involvement, that he was part of this setup. And then he was identified by eyewitnesses in the Boys Town scandal when they were trafficking those children in Omaha, Nebraska. Let's keep that when we're talking about these, quote, Egyptian flights everyone calls Candace crazy for mentioning. Just remember that in Omaha, Nebraska, the Boys Town scandal, where they were trafficking these orphan boys in these foster homes to largely Republican politicians, which also ties into a larger child trafficking ring that was made sort of infamous by the Franklin Coverup book, because people stepped in and tried their best to get prosecutions, and of course could not. Which is my point of bringing this up, is just like Laura Silsby then getting arrested for child trafficking and then getting placed in a position to infiltrate the Amber Alert system. That's what Noreen Gosch found out, that these insiders in the police department told her that within their computer system, her son was delisted as even missing, that they had recoded him as a runaway so that the alerts would not be sent out to other police districts, at the state level, at the federal level, that they had made sure that he was coded not as kidnapped, not as a crime, not as a missing person, but just as a runaway. So that none of the other police departments, because not everybody in every police department is corrupt, and they have people in place to make sure that the good guys aren't ever alerted, or as much as they can. They try to control everything as much as they can, and it's not a perfect system, but it's very effective. And that's the brick wall that Noreen Gosch ran into, that I think the Clinton Foundation's Laura Silsby is part of. I think she's part of that same network. And, that's her job now. But it also reminds me of a random tip that Candace received on the tip line pertaining to the Charlie Kirk assassination. And these corrupt police networks that are funded through money laundering that's run through certain NGOs. And the one she was alerted to is the Cattle Barons Ball.
But it's relevant that I tell you this to get to the part where I do have proof of what he's saying. He says that allegedly all of the bought and paid for cops throughout America are a part of what's known as the cattleman's ball, colloquially, the cattle baron ball, which he claims is just one big, massive money laundering operation from Israel to buy off cops here in America. He claims that he was a part of it, by the way. So basically, this guy's implicating himself in a crime. They're not really investigating things. I think we all accept that at this point. Anyway, for a little bit of background here, in case you're not familiar with sometimes known as the Cattleman's Ball, but more correctly should be known as the Cattle's Baron Ball down in Dallas, Texas, it's a single night fundraiser for the American Cancer Society. And it's massive. To be clear, it's the world's largest single night fundraiser. The world's largest single night fundraiser. It was founded 50 years ago in Dallas, Texas, and now it's basically spread its tentacles into other states, presumably, again, fighting cancer. And we can pull up the website here so you can see multiple states that they're in. Majority Texas, obviously, but you can also see they got Kansas, Oregon, and some other states. Florida, Orlando, Florida's up there. Nebraska also once hosted its own cattle barons ball. That might be relevant. Nebraska, that might be relevant. They eventually, from the cattle barons ball, minted their own separate 501c3 referred to as Cattleman's Ball, which is the same exact idea, but it benefits a different cancer center, the Fred and Pamela Buffett Cancer Center. Same idea, different beneficiary. Now, again, I want to assert that I cannot confirm those claims, that that's how cops are being paid off. I'm telling you that because the next piece he gave me, I was able to research. Again, paraphrasing, but he kept going on with, you're obsessed with Fort Huachuca. You think Charlie has been tracked for a while, right? Well, you haven't even figured out who Dan Flood is. Dan Flood is connected to both. You think it was an inside job from the feds, and none of you guys have even worked out who Dan Flood's father is.
Dan Flood and Mikey McCoy lock eyes. Look at them look at each other moments before Charlie's about to be killed. Mikey raises his phone close up to his face and can be seen to visibly be interacting with it in some way. He briefly looks up, puts it back under his arm. Dan Flood gives a little head dip, nod, looks over at Mikey, moves his head back, raises his arm, gives the signal. Boom. Charlie's dead. Mikey immediately raises the phone.
How many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Anytime I want to have a lot of empirical evidence there, it's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Well, you haven't even figured out who Dan Flood is. Dan Flood is connected to both. You think it was an inside job from the feds, and none of you guys have even worked out who Dan Flood's father is. I said, okay, now you've got my attention, and you guys, I don't know how I missed it. Let me just say, LOL to the idea that the feds are going to do anything to look into what happened on September 10th. Because let me introduce to you guys Dan Flood's daddy, Mr. Robert Eugene Flood. Okay, now you're seeing this picture up here. Yeah, 33, always got to see it. 33 years with the Texas A&M University Police Department Chief Deputy Robert Flood. It tells us the 232nd session, retired after 35 years of law enforcement in Illinois and Texas. I want you to remember that, Illinois and Texas. His last assignment was with the Bosque County, Texas Sheriff's Office. Okay, now we're going to pull up his LinkedIn because it's a bit of a journey. Okay? Yeah, first and foremost, yes, FBI, graduated from the FBI National Academy. It tells us that state of Texas Master Peace Officer. But if you can go to scroll up a bit. And we're going to just go to, show all 10 experiences and scroll from the bottom so we can look at this live. Okay, so we know he's a Marine. We learned that he was a staff sergeant for the Marines, and he was particularly in charge of surveillance and target acquisition, small arms and weapons, tactical radio communications, aviation, ordnance, and weapons systems. You scroll up, and it tells us that he was working in Franklin Park, Illinois for over a decade. That's right on the basically a couple of streets over from where Charlie Kirk was raised. And I was going, okay, that's really interesting. I then tried to find a single trace of his name mentioned in the news in Illinois. You would think if you were as it states here, crime scene technician, SWAT team leader, patrol division supervisor, criminal investigator, there would be tons of articles about. I couldn't find anything. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that I could not find anything at first, second, and third glance. He was then the captain of police, and some of this is concurrent, so it's interesting, for the University Park Police back down in Texas, chief deputy sheriff for Texas law enforcement. It goes on and on, okay? This guy, no question, is and was a Fed. And then it interestingly tells us that he joined the FBI AA. So in case you're like me and you have no idea what the FBI AA is, that stands for the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Agent Association, which is another charity founded in 1981. I can't believe this is legal, but I guess if you're the feds, it's all legal. Founded in 1981, where former and current feds come together to, and this is directly from their website, help FBI special agents join together to protect and advance the interests of their profession. Okay, what does that mean? Bunch of agents are coming together. That's according to their website. It says that their force, this FBI AA, consists of 14,000 former and current feds. Now, again, this is a charity. So if I'm a billionaire, I could just cut a check and buy me some federal officers.
That sounds an awful lot like all of the rumors surrounding Kash Patel's relationship with the billionaire Michael Muldoon that he lives with in Las Vegas. Of course, there's rumors of them having a homosexual relationship. So who knows? Maybe these billionaires can buy FBI agents, not just to be their puppets, but to be their pool boy. And not just FBI agents, but FBI directors. And not just DOJ, but state level attorney generals. I mean, this Michael Muldoon is a GOP mega donor, exactly like what she's talking about. And here's some people on the screen that he's donated to, but more importantly to the subject at hand. And Muldoon has a history of nuzzling up to figures in law enforcement in the Silver State. The Nevada Independent reported that he dumped tens of thousands of dollars during the last decade into the campaigns of former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt, whose office had already received dozens of complaints about StarPoint's business practices. These are businesses run by Muldoon. He has a terrible reputation for fraud and ripping people off. So anyway, it says he poured all this money into the Attorney General's campaign, whose office received dozens of complaints about StarPoint's business practices, but never pursued Muldoon's companies legally. One of Patel's first public political events in Nevada was a rally for this Attorney General that was on the take from his billionaire roommate, Muldoon, to cover up and not prosecute him for anything. But anyway, one of Patel's first public political events in Nevada was a rally for Laxalt in February of 2022, just weeks after he registered to vote at Muldoon's home. And I'm sure our FBI director, Kash Patel, feels right at home, snug as a bug in a rug, there in Las Vegas, because Las Vegas is ate up by this crime syndicate of paid-off dirty cops. Most of us already know that during the Las Vegas mass shooting, the police commander at that time, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Captain John Pelletier, was in charge of that event, and then got promoted apparently because he was also placed in Maui as the police chief when they burned Maui to the ground, and they burned out all of the native people there so that they could have that land for their smart cities. Both of those cover-ups were huge successes. So there hasn't been any justice for anybody, any of those places. And in Las Vegas, I mean, it was completely obvious. There were multiple shooters in multiple buildings. There was an explosion in a fuel tank at the airport right next to the buildings, and all of the other zillion anomalies. Even the first responders, when they went around checking for pulses and to see who needed help, they found bodies in the crowd that were ice cold with rigor mortis setting in. So it doesn't matter. He's very good at his job. Nothing has to make sense. The whole world can see it, and he makes sure the cover-up stays covered up. And the same in Maui. They literally trapped those children, sent the children home, and left the parents at work. It's just absolutely horrors. And, he's very good at his job. He's not covering up parking tickets, He's covering up some major, major events. He's obviously got quite a bit of pull. I wonder where cash is going to get sent for covering up the Charlie Kirk assassination. I know many of us are always hoping, hope springs eternal, that it would be somewhere like Gitmo, but according to how our world works, yeah, it'll probably be some tropical paradise like Hawaii. But Stu says here, we're watching a movie, this guy's an actor, and I obviously disagree with that. I believe that this is the crime syndicate. There have always been dirty cops since I've been alive, so I don't think he's an actor, but I definitely think he's a member of the Cattle Barons Ball.
A $10 million check to the FBI AA. Do I have federal officers in every state? Anyway, yes, Dan Flood's family, as you can see, both his mother and his father, by the way, are from Illinois, just where Charlie, in the same area that Charlie came up in. I maintain my belief that Charlie was being monitored by the government since he was young. And it was Bill Montgomery who organized and initially paid, you should know, for the full-time security that Charlie would need. He arranged that. Bill Montgomery chose to hire Schaefer Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer. And working under Greg Schaefer was Dan Flood and Brian Harpole. And there's no mystery regarding Greg Schaefer, okay? He also is from Dallas, Texas, working for the FBI on the elite hostage and rescue team. He was a supervisor on the Dallas Joint Terrorism Task Force. And get this, also another Eastern European connection because he was also a part of their organization in Budapest, Hungary. If you didn't know, the FBI also has sub-offices all around the globe. And Greg was at least stationed in Budapest. He probably was stationed in other places. So Bill Montgomery, you got this guy. He hires Greg Schaefer and Dan Flood, and they're going to stay with Charlie forever. Brian Harpole. So we jump back into the narrative because it's going to get even more interesting. We had closed out last week informing you about New Braunfels, Texas, because people on the internet who had been tracking Erika's plane noticed that it kept going to this seemingly random city in Texas. And we dismissed that as potentially a nothing burger or something that makes sense, a sensible burger, because Turning Point's #1 donor, who last year in June cut a check for $10 million, the couple, Nelda and Carl Buckman, they live there, okay? What we didn't know at the time, we didn't know until this weekend, is that they aren't the only ones that live there. Dan Flood also lives in New Braunfels, Texas. I can confirm that. That's a fact. The question is why? What or who inspired Dan, who is from Allen, Texas, to move out to New Braunfels? That's where he graduated high school, by the way, in Allen, Texas. We know that for a fact because one of his high school buddies after the assassination posted this. Bro, the head of Charlie Kirk's security team, the guy they say is in on it was my friend as a kid. We grew up together. I went to middle and high school with Dan Flood. Matter of fact, last time I saw him, he was doing security for some Dallas billionaire at the Cattlemen's Ball. He was doing security for some Dallas billionaire at the Cattlemen's Ball. What a crazy small world. I would like to know, since he happened to mention the should-be Cattle Barons Ball in Texas where he ran into him, who were the billionaires that Dan was working with? I think that could be a very interesting thing to know, don't you? Couldn't that be interesting to know? Because there have been a lot of things that are coming up here. We've noted that, oddly, all of Charlie's security that day was from Texas, from Rick Cutler to Dan Flood, even Brian Harpole. Brian Harpole, you should know, was also born in Dallas, Texas, and similar to Dan, his father, Bobby Harpole, back in 2018 when he was running for county sheriff in Erath, Texas, he gave an interview about his upbringing where he said, and I quote, "I was born in Denton, Texas, and grew up a quote-unquote military brat, living in numerous states and Europe. I started my law enforcement career in 1968 with the Texas Department of Public Safety, living in Amarillo for the Texans, Childress, Amarillo, Floresville, and Stevensville. I retired from TDPS as a sergeant in Highway Patrol. I then went to work for the Erath County Sheriff's Office, and after 12 years of service, retired as captain." Okay, interesting. The point is that when you begin to look into Harpole's extensive military and law enforcement ties, it brings you to the Pacific, through Europe, and of course, all through Texas, just like the Flood family. And yes, it goes back decades, okay? All of this to say, maybe the Dallas Buyers Club might get a new meaning. What are we buying down in Dallas, actually? What did happen in 1963? Why did this person know that? He claims that he has worked with their families. Are we expected to believe that the feds are meaningfully investigating the feds? How does that work? As a hypothetical question, if Dan Flood and Brian Harpole were actually guilty of organizing Charlie Kirk's assassination, again, this is hypothetical, do you believe that the feds would turn them over? I'm thinking they wouldn't. And that was kind of the point of what this person was saying to me. He's like, this corruption goes back to Dallas in the 60s. There's nothing that anybody can do.
Of course, when she references that it goes back to Dallas, Texas in the 1960s, she's talking about the JFK assassination. So that's why the tipster said that this goes back generations and there's nothing anybody can do. And she has quite a bit more information on this organized crime syndicate and why JFK's parade route was even set up in Dallas, Texas, similar to why was Charlie Kirk's set up in Utah, just spur of the moment. Which, of course, as I mentioned in my only other Charlie Kirk assassination video right after the event happened, that immediately I recognized it as the CIA Mormon connection. That was the very first thing I thought of when I saw it start to unfold, the Mormon Mafia and their connection to the CIA's MK Ultra program. In that video, I introduced you to this gentleman on the screen. His name is J.R. Sweet, and he is a MK Ultra CIA monarch whistleblower, and he was raised in the Mormon church, and I put several clips just to introduce you to him and his story and some of the similarities between what we see in the Charlie Kirk case and his testimony of how these operations worked and what he was involved in. And keep in mind that if you haven't seen that video, I say it in there, but I'll say it again here in case you haven't watched that first video, that this interview was done long before the Charlie Kirk assassination. So the odds that every single thing he testifies about that he was involved in and how the operations go and all of that, all of the Mormon connections between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs, all of it is a pattern that exactly follows his life in this MK Ultra program and the operations he was involved in. And the exact same thing played out in the Charlie Kirk scenario. So knowing that this interview was recorded long before the Charlie Kirk assassination, that means something. So this isn't just some Johnny-come-lately who's trying to grift off of the Charlie Kirk situation. These interviews, his book, his website, all of it predated anything that happened to Charlie. So when I say that these things that he describes, these MK Ultra special operations and the bases and stuff that he talks about, that they match what then we saw happen to Charlie, they match. They really do. And he's not saying that just to try to twist it and fit it and everything to, somehow grift off of this assassination. I only say that because I know so many people tried to destroy the life of this man, Mitch Snow, who came forth to talk about these intelligence bases and his experiences in special operations, because a lot of these people who have been through these mind control programs and the SRA abuse, they're not, they have a checkered past, obviously. Their mental stability, when you're talking about openly admitting that you have DID, dissociative identity disorder and stuff, you can easily look at these people and just try to destroy their lives because, oh, they're all mentally ill. Whatever. I'm asking you, please, human to human, if you do see others of these special operations guys suddenly all rise up together in one voice and they're receiving their talking points from the operatives at Turning Point USA, and they're all working together to just destroy this guy, please don't join in and try to harm this man, J.R. Sweet, that I'm going to show clips of. He's been through enough. He's shared his testimony. Please just listen to his story and take it or leave it. You don't have to try and harm him more. You don't have to join in with the beast system and these other special operations guys, who are still continuing the work of the deep state to silence everybody. This gentleman gave this testimony years and years before this happened to Charlie Kirk. And I don't think it's a coincidence that so much of what he says about this Mormon CIA MK Ultra secret operations connection exactly matches what we saw play out right in front of our eyes. And keep that in mind, because from this point in this video forward, I'm going to play several more clips of J.R. Sweet and his experience in these MK Ultra Mormon/CIA joint operations. I'm not sure. I think I put the clip in the last video, so I'm not going to play it again here. But he talks about specifically Utah, them transferring him to Utah to set up a hub in Utah, in the Utah Valley. But before I go into further detail about that, I want to throw in this last clip on the Cattle Barons Ball and this corrupt police network, because he tells his story about when his DID programming started to break down and all of his memories started to flood back through, and he started to make sense of all these different things that had happened in his life and the scars on his body and the abuse that he had suffered at the hands of his own family and in the LDS church and all of these things. It all started to make sense to him. But this particular clip, he's talking about encounters that he had with the police, and how before he realized that he was an asset, a mind-controlled asset that was being handled his whole life, it didn't make sense why he had this preferential treatment with the police.
Because when I first started to remember these things, I was like, my God, how can this be? My God, how? What is going on? And I tried to contact my family and talk about it. I tried to talk to various individuals, a therapist, and work through it. And everything just brought it more and more to light. And so, it wasn't very comforting to me when I was first starting to remember these things. One of the people, we haven't talked about this yet, Emma, but one of the people I would talk to was my mother. My mother and I used to have a very strong bond, and that bond has been broken, which is really sad. It's a sad deal. And I had conversations with my mother when I was starting to remember these things. And one of those conversations was about a government facility that I had been taken to when I was a child. I believe it was between the 3rd and 4th grade. I was taken to a government facility where I was going to be put through testing for something. And I could remember this. And I called my mother and I asked her about it. And my mother, she says to me, well, my goodness, you were only there for a day and a half. What could have happened to you in a day and a half? And I was like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. A day and a half? I thought I'd been there for a couple hours. and that my mother had been there the whole time. Well, no, she had dropped me off. And so this was very disconcerting. My goodness. And so that was difficult to explain to folks. And then my son, this is something I haven't talked about with people because my son was young. He was, I believe, 16. And he was a little rowdy, like young people can be. And it was my daughter's birthday, youngest daughter's birthday. And my son left to go hang out with some friends. And he was out kind of late, and they ended up drinking. And he knows that he made a mistake, and he shouldn't have been doing this. But he made a mistake that night, and he was drinking and partying. And then he was driving his Jeep home at about 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, and he got pulled over by the state police. And so I'm laying in bed, I'm going to sleep, and I get a call on my phone, or I was already asleep. It was late. And so I get a call on my phone, and it's a state police officer. And he says, "Sir, I have your son, and he's just down the road, and he's been drinking, and he's going to get a DUI, and you need to come pick him up." And so I said, "Okay, sir, I'll be there in just a minute." And so my wife and I went down there, and we picked up my son. And the state officer was very polite, very friendly, very professional. We got my son home. We got the vehicle home. And the first thing I did was get a lawyer to represent my son because I didn't want him in any kind of facility because that makes him vulnerable. I don't want them trying to control me through my family and through those kinds of vines. And so I got him a good lawyer. And when I went in to see that lawyer, my son and I went in to talk to the lawyer. We sit down with him. We say hello. He looks at our paperwork, takes his glasses off, and looks up at me. He says, "Who are you?" I look at him and I negotiate. He says, "What do you mean?" He said, "Who are you?" I've been doing law, he told me, for it was about 30 years, if not more. And he said, "I have never, ever had a case come across my desk where the police anywhere have let an individual go home after they've been pulled over for a DUI. They go to the police station, the state police station, whatever it's going to be, and they are booked and they are processed." He said, "Who are you?" I couldn't answer because at that time I was just beginning to figure out that something was off and that, yeah, who the hell am I? And so those kinds of reactions by my family, the state, the church, and that doesn't include the harassments by the CIA, by the military, by local police, people sitting down at the edge of my property with binoculars on the road. There's been so many things that have just said, okay, something's going on. And so trying to work through those things. And then on top of that, as I'm remembering all these things that I've lived through in my past began to make sense. Lots of different things began to make sense why they had occurred. For example, Latah County Sheriff's Office. I was a contractor in Moscow, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office wanted me to remodel the sheriff's office for them, the county sheriff's office. I'd never done a project. I wasn't doing huge commercial. I'd done commercial, but nothing to that scale where you have bulletproof glass and all these protocols you have to follow for security and all these things. And so I was like, okay, so I was going to bid the project. I went and I met with the head sheriff, and in our meeting, he says to me, "Now I want you to understand something." He said, "Now I want you to know that I was given to the sheriff for this interview by another individual who was had a military history as well as a history of law enforcement. And so there were people still handling me at that time, and they wanted to handle me more. And people in the network who are good, who are doing what they're supposed to and are keeping quiet, are rewarded. And this is one way that I would have been rewarded, is by being given this large contract to do a remodel for the Lake County Sheriff's Office. And so I'm there talking to Sheriff, and he says, now I want you to understand that we're going to put this out for public bid, and folks are going to bid on it, and I want your bid, he said, but you're going to get it. And I want you to bid it accordingly. And I want you to know that it's going to go through the process, but when we're done, you're going to be the one doing the job. And this freaked me out, even at that time. That was before I started to remember stuff. Why, in the name of God, would you give me this contract just because I know this other guy? So there's people out there who knew who I was. They would know parts of my history. There were professors at the college that I attended, the university, who would say things that would trigger me, and I understand who they are. And they understood partly who I was, but I don't know that they understood.
So I thought that was an interesting confirmation. Again, that interview was taped before Candace got this tip, and how the FBI and the police departments and everything are controlled in an organized way. It really is organized crime. And I also thought that his testimony added a little depth to it, that it's not just, oh, we're just going to cover this up, because Kash Patel is in so far over his head that, I mean, it's really, he's a terrible actor. He's just totally nervous. He's constantly like posting on Twitter. He's trying so hard to please the syndicate, so he keeps his place, that he's like trying to overdo, like after the Charlie Kirk assassination, within like 5 minutes, he's like, we got the guy. He's posting on Twitter. He's not like actually doing an investigation. He's on social media posting stuff like that. So he's more of a comical Keystone Cop, caricature of this thing. And that's certainly not the impression that we should have of this crime syndicate. These are very seasoned individuals. And even though Kash Patel is certainly no mob boss, most of the people really are more akin to something you'd see in Sopranos, or, the Godfather movies, or Scarface. We're not talking about some joker who wants to line their pockets. We are talking about very evil. We can't even wrap our minds around how evil and satanic these people are. For example, the cop we just talked about with the Las Vegas mass shooting and the Maui fire. These people are so evil that they burn people alive. Think about that. Children, babies, children huddled in their bedroom corner with their dog were found in the ashes. So make sure you know your enemy. Make sure you know who you're fighting. This is not clickbait. This is the armies of Antichrist. If you're in the body of Christ and you are in this battle against the Antichrist, to stop the mark of the beast, to actually go to war, the battle of Armageddon, you better know that that's what you're doing. So let's be clear on that. When, Candace says things like, there's a hit out on me, and everybody are like, Tim Pool's like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, I hope you had fun at Dollywood. She doesn't even have good security, and I had a bullet come through my, it's like, you know what, Tim? You don't have a clue about what is going on or what you're even talking about. I don't even think you're saved. I don't even think you see the world at that depth. You're a very shallow person. Politics, 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 all day long. Politics, 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 every day. Politics, politics, politics. Skateboarding, skateboarding. Money, money, money. Making millions off of it. I got it so much worse than Candace. I can't sell one of my multiple homes. And I understand that you're very upset about midterms and all that. But there are other humans on this plane that have other work to do. And that's really one of the key takeaways of this whole video. All of these little details about the investigation, those aren't the takeaway. The key takeaway, the main reason, one of the main reasons why I decided to wade into this subject, even though a lot of people will be like, oh, I can't believe you're even caught up in this distraction. That's why I decided to make a video on this, is to say that we have to be very careful, because everything that the enemy intends for evil, God will use for good. But on the flip side, everything that God tries to do to bless his people and raise our awareness in this awakening, the enemy will try and weaponize it against us. So the enemy, being the algorithms, it will trap you. If you get too focused on the politics or too focused on the soap opera of all of this back and forth, and you're just watching it like that, then it really does become just entertainment. It really does become a distraction, the bread and circus, and it will trap you. It will trap you. The algorithm will trap you in that echo chamber, and you will be led astray, because the algorithm by its very nature will censor everything outside of that echo chamber, and it will feed you more and more and more to keep you in there. So that is what I hope to bring to this conversation, is that 40,000 foot view. You guys know it's kind of my wheelhouse to make these really long videos, to put everything into context, all of the puzzle pieces together to see the big picture. And I think in all of this crowdsourcing of the investigation that is so amazing, that I think that's lacking. There aren't as many people doing this big picture format as they are people doing the everyday broadcast. Every day, it's got to be today's clip. I don't see nearly as many people focused on this, like, what does this have to do with the meaning of life? Like that size of a take on what we are seeing unveiled through this crowdsourced investigation into the Charlie Kirk cover-up. Many people following this would even scoff that this is something of biblical proportion. We're talking about something that deals with the end times and the rise of the Antichrist regime. This is big. This is like end all big. This is the climax of the whole story, of his story, the climax of history. But because of the way our culture has been, forced down into this microwave mentality, the TikTok, the Snapchat, like you're only going to get a minute, 60 seconds of information. And every day it's like, cover the information. So there's zillions of channels doing that, 10 minutes of basically the daily news and the investigation. But there aren't a lot of channels doing this. So that is one of the things that I am striving to add to this conversation. And the other thing is God. In this information age, I see that the vast majority of people involved in this investigation are information. What's your source? God is my source. That's why I just came off a fast. I didn't ask AI for the answers. I asked God for the answers. While I see the vast majority of people going to the artificial, that's the definition of the Antichrist. Instead of going to the Holy Spirit, they go to the artificial spirit. They go to the AI to ask for answers. They're taught that in school, I understand. They banned the Bible, they banned prayer. So they say, you can't ask God, you can't pray in school. But here, sit down, we're going to teach you how to use the chatbot. You ask AI. AI is your source. Well, I disagree. My source is not Wikipedia. My source is not AI. God is my source. And I mean that not just on these political answers level, but on the most deeply profound level. God is my source. What is your source? That is the measuring stick. That will determine whether your attention to this situation and this type of content, or whether it is something beneficial and meaningful. So that's my point with politics. I think politics are very important, and I'm going to get out and vote at the midterms. I know a lot of people are like, well, it's the lesser of two evils. I'm tired of that. I'm not doing that. Well, I am. I'll take the lesser. Yeah, give me less evil. Give me more of that. So here in Illinois, we have J.D. Prickster that he literally hired foreign agents to be police over us. He passed making illegal immigrants police over American citizens. And even with the Trump thing, even though I can see the psychological operations that are running, good, use Tulsi Gabbard. She's the commander of special operations. If you have to choose between Michael Aquino, a literal Satanist, the founder of a satanic church of Set, unapologetically, openly, not a conspiracy theory, and he was commander of special operations. If you have to choose between a literal Satanist or Tulsi Gabbard, a different commander of psychological operations, maybe not perfect, but better. Better. The Mormon Mafia hates her. Mormon Mafia rhino, Mitt Romney, accuses her of treason. I mean, that's a plus to me right there. I mean, she's got my vote over the Satanists. And I dig her X-Man hair. I'm glad they wrote that into the script. I mean, why not? Her rogueness is the least of our worries. Because the dirty generals who run psychological operations in some of these other mafia families and that for their cartels, they traffic in children. These investigations they are public knowledge. Many children, and the children that accused them at the Presidio, many of them had sexually transmitted diseases in preschool. So they, again, with the Cattleman's Ball, they never got prosecuted. Their charges never went through, like nothing, nobody's ever held accountable, but there was hardcore evidence that this absolutely happened. It's an open secret. Their general, Michael Aquino, of their psychological operations, is an open Satanist. So yeah, I get tired of people assuming that if you do get involved in these types of conversations, that I always get these comments, oh, I can't believe you still fall for the Hegelian dialectic. You know, all these holier than thou, smarter than thou. I'm very aware. But I have made a choice, a very strategic choice, that I get involved when I believe it will benefit the kingdom of God, when it will benefit my mission to reach souls and yank these trapped souls out of hell. So on topics like this, yes, absolutely, I will weigh in. Yes, I get it. It would be perfect if we were in heaven and nobody was running psychological operations. I get that. But lesser of two evils, I will take less evil every single time. These Satanists, Michael Aquino, wrote this book, The Psyop of Mind War, with this guy right here, Colonel Paul E. Valley, who is on the advisory board of Turning Point USA. So am I going to weigh in on this Turning Point USA and this Charlie Kirk assassination thing? Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to go max. Even if go max is just a psychological operation like fight, fight, fight. Hey, whatever unifies us, let's do this. I'm going to go max. I'm going to talk about all of the things that all of these influencers suddenly unmasked themselves and stood up out of the conservative movement and said, no, don't talk about that. You know, just talk about politics. Don't talk about that crazy tinfoil hat stuff. No, I'm going to go max. I've been doing it for 30 years. Why stop now? People need to know that MK Ultra is real. And it's not just for military and politicians and Hollywood anymore. MK Ultra has gone live to the masses, and this next generation technology is not what it used to be. This next level generation of mind control technology affects every one of us. Whether you believe in it or don't believe in it is irrelevant. It's being sprayed on you. It's a nanotechnology, neural lace. It's in the food supply. It's in pharmaceuticals. It's in the injections. The transhumanists have warned us forever, and people just haven't taken them seriously. Regardless of what any of these people intended these psychological operations for, I want to use this time that people are paying attention and have the interest in the subject to help them understand what is going on around them.
Are we facing an extinction level event, the complete surrender of our lives to a digital matrix controlled and operated by the deep state? I know it sounds far-fetched, but James Martinez is a survivor of the CIA's MK Ultra program, the mind control program, the secret program used for brainwashing, used for torture, among other things. He's coming forward now because he says we need to sound the alarm and people need to wake up. The mainstream media is completely ignoring this story.
So even though I can't verify these claims of the tipster that Dan Flood's family is one of these generational MK Ultra families, and Charlie Kirk's security team were actually just handlers that were placed in his life and really did betray him, but it would certainly explain why they were smiling and they didn't seem that tore up at all. They were just going about their business, smiling and laughing. I mean, they didn't try to perform CPR. They didn't call an ambulance. They just went about cleaning up the crime scene and then grabbed the body and threw it into the back of a black SUV and drove off with it. Like, completely the opposite of what you would think would actually happen. If you just watched somebody that you loved and cared about being assassinated right in front of your eyes. Now here's another clip that reminds me of how Charlie Kirk's security team acted that just seemed so bizarre, but it reminded me of what I had seen J.R. Sweet, the joint Mormon and CIA MK Ultra mind control asset, of what he had described, that before his team would go out on an operation, they would call them in together. And this was way back, years and years before we were talking openly about nanotechnology and the N3 brain-computer interface and synthetic telepathy and all of this type of thing. But he said before the operations, they would bring their team in together and they would give them this technology. And it wasn't permanent mind link, hive mind, brain-computer interface type thing, but whatever it was, and he didn't know what it was, it would make them do that. It would make them have this telepathic ability, this hive mind sort of harmony. So they worked as like an organism when they went out on the operation the next day. And he said sometimes it would take a week or two for the effects of what they gave them to wear off. And his testimony also reminds me of the Fort Huachuca eyewitness reports, because Alex Jones would have you believe, oh, that's ridiculous. They never, oh yeah, right before they do an operation, they're like, everybody come down and sit at the big family table at, an intelligence base, like mocking that they would never call assets together before an operation. But people actually in the MK Ultra program, predating Charlie Kirk's assassination, say yes. Yes, yes, yes. They said it was always operational procedure for special operations that involved civilian MK Ultra assets as well as military MK Ultra assets. And these reports that Mitch Snow saw Brian Harpole and these other people from the operation, even Erika Kirk, at the Fort Huachuca intelligence base prior to the operation, all of that, Alex Jones and those guys just make, oh, that would never happen. Never, 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 never. Well, the actual MK Ultra whistleblowers say, yes, this is always what they did when they were dealing with these high-tech nanotechnologies. And if you are new to this channel and this conversation, this line of thinking, and you don't know what we are talking about, the telepathy and the N3 technologies and all of that, if you go over to any of my channels, this is Rumble here on the screen, but I just got reinstated last October after being banned from YouTube for several years, so it might be over there as well. But you go down all of these series that I have done, the last, 7 series or so, all deal with these technologies. You can see all of the patents, all the TED Talks, all the DoD contracts, all the evidence over there. It's strung out throughout all of these, and they're entertaining. I try to make them really interesting, where you can sit down and actually enjoy watching them. But down here, if you go down to the Entity, this series here, episode 3, the Entity telepathy tapes, Project Stargate, Mall World, Lucid Dreaming, and Oracle AI. This one in particular, episode 3, it really kind of starts in episode 2, but episode 3 is really interesting too. And this talks about this N3 technology and exactly what he's reporting here. All these years later, we see it. We see it in CIA Project Stargate, which Trump just happened to pick that exact name for these AI data centers. The AI data center network. That's what he calls it. Project Stargate. And that's an old CIA project dealing with these exact technologies that he's about to describe and that we've done zillions of videos on. Anyway, if you don't know what we're talking about, or it sounds too far-fetched that we're losing you, please go back and watch some of these. So I'll just play the clip and you be the judge.
But this programming, though, I digress, it took place at Idaho National Environmental Laboratories there outside of Idaho Falls. And my friend Chris, who was also involved with the presentation, his father was the one who took us there. He worked there, and it was supposed to be Kids Day there, but it wasn't Kids Day. It was Kids Day, I suppose. They put us through some terrible shit there. They could program you on an individual basis, or they could program entire military and special ops units to be able to work together. A lot of people understand that ants have the ability to telecommunicate with each other, to communicate without words. And they understand how to do that. When you've been put through that programming, it doesn't last forever. It's not like you're put through it and you're forever connected to those individuals, but it lasts for a time, I would say a couple weeks from what I can recall. And so they're able to program entire military units to be able to think together. I can remember one time being linked with, I call it the mind link. I was mind linked with a friend of mine at work. He was a trauma-based mind slave as well. I'm not sure if the CIA owned him, but I know he was a trauma-based mind slave because we worked together in Ketchum. This was when I was with Loomis, and we were put through a mind link. That happened at a Christmas party. We were supposed to be at a Christmas party, a company Christmas party, and we went to the facility there in Ketchum. This is the same facility I was put in a mind link with my cousin and my younger brother years earlier. So, and then me and Travis worked together really well. I'll tell you what, after we had the mind link, my goodness, we were very productive at work, I have to say, because we were able to know what the other person was thinking and just work like one mind. It's interesting. They're able to do this. So this is what's being done at INEL out there in the desert. They're able to do this.
So as you can see, he clearly describes multiple times being taken to these bases and out in the desert and being mind linked before operations with different groups. He didn't always work with the same group of special ops. There would be different assets. For this mission, it'd be this set of assets. And for another mission, it would be another set. Sometimes it was handlers like his roommate. Sometimes it was, family members. And I've heard that repeatedly over the last 30 years that I have been researching the MK Ultra projects, and over the last at least 10 years that I have been researching the nano neural lace. In fact, you notice that he said that they were like ants and they understood that technology. And I did a show about, 6-7 years ago. It might be the RH negative bloodline or the RH negative deception video. Yeah, this is it right here. It's called the Rhesus Factor Deception, RH negative blood type full version. So good luck pulling it up, though. I just tried to pull it up just from the YouTube search. And even though they reinstated my channel, I'm still shadow banned in 50,000 different ways. So you can see right here, even though this video has 217,000 views from before I was banned back in 2019 and 2,500 and some comments on it, it still will not pull up in the search engines. So you'll have to go over to my YouTube channel, to my content list, and scroll through till you see that thumbnail, or just go to my website, or it'll probably pull up on Rumble and all the other accounts. That's the video right there. Oh gosh, now that I think about it, I was thinking it was in there because of the B blood type. He said that the marker was carried on B blood type, but now I'm thinking it might be, I don't know, it could be anywhere. I've used that clip several times. You might check the Black Awakening, Super Soldiers, Forbidden History, and the Clone Wars. Also the breeding program, the Nazi Germany Lebensborn breeding program here in the Age of Deceit, the Trans Agenda and breeding program. There was a lot about the genetic engineering in there as well. Or if you want to dive crazy deep, if you want to do a crazy deep dive out into the fringe, this one, the Old World Order, the old ones, Crystal Skulls, Ancient AI, Soul Traps, the Frequency War. That one talks about going all the way back to the genetic engineering programs, not this iteration, what our military industrial complex is doing, but what, all of these legends of Atlantis and this advanced technology that existed before the cataclysm, before the rebuilding, the reboot, or the great reset, if you will, the cycle that we go through. So the point is, it's a recurring theme throughout all of world history and the genetic engineering projects and the underground bases with these ant people. That Native Americans have records of being taken underground by the ant people during the cataclysm. The UFO abductees report these ant people and these other insectoid hybrids, like the humanoid mantis creatures, that before they were able to isolate the gene just to put the hive part of it from the ant, the hive mind, the swarm, the bee, right? Like a bee swarms, bee blood type. They speak in double entendres. All the way back, their genetic hybrids were actually coming out like half ant, half man, like Ant-Man. So these cryptids that we see were a different iteration of this same genetic hybrid technology underground. And the Satanists or the occultists have always had a relationship with these entities. And the one thing that 100%, literally 100%, I'm not exaggerating, 100% of the reports have in common is telepathy. That these ant people or bulbous-headed people, whether it's all of the modern-day UFO abductee reports, that they were spoken to telepathically from these entities, they didn't talk with their mouths, they spoke telepathically, or whether it's the Satanist Aleister Crowley communicating, receiving telepathic messages that he wrote down from this lamb entity that he was, they call it channeling, but he was receiving telepathic messages and images, visions from this lamb entity. So whichever angle you look at it from, it's all one big thing. It's just really one thing. It's not, oh, we have all of these different mysteries and unrelated anomalies and all of this stuff that we have yet to figure out. No, we have one thing, and it's a breakaway civilization that has lied to us about everything. That's what occult means. Occult literally means hidden. That's the only thing. Here it is. I'm telling you all about it right now. You want big picture? All of the mysteries, all of the seemingly unrelated things, they're all one program. And it certainly predates our Pentagon and this iteration of the military-industrial complex and what we call the MK Ultra programs. This is an ancient secret society, and they're a breakaway civilization, and they're open about it. Our CIA, they stamp everything top secret. They're like, we are a secret society. No, you may not have this technology. No, you may not know the truth about your history. Everything is top secret. So when we say secret societies, it's not all woo-woo. No, like, we literally have intelligence agencies. They're the mystery schools. They're like, no, it's top secret. This is for us to know in the secret society. So that's what I mean by this war that we are in is an ancient war. It is a war of biblical proportions. And like I always say, if you want the truth, always look for what they're trying to hide, because they're trying to hide it for a reason. And the reason they banned the Bible from public education is because the Holy Bible is the true history of the creation of humankind and this world. So if you want the truth, look to what they banned, which is the Holy Bible. I know they gave you that separation of church and state and all that. Yeah, they always have an excuse for everything. Get yourself a Bible and take a look at the big picture, because we're like right at the end of the story now. You're a little late coming to the game, but if you want to survive this body, soul, and spirit, then You better find out where you are and who you are and what's going on. Okay, I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. An important one, something that I wanted to say that was on my heart, but I want to get back to what we were talking about, which is this genetic hybridization program of humanity that, began back in Genesis 6 of the Bible, but even the book of Enoch and, lots of other extra biblical texts recorded as well. But we were specifically talking about all of the different iterations of ant-men as it pertains to this one genetic marker that this ability of telepathy is linked to. And that specific genetic sequence seems to be of great importance to the intelligence communities for this hive mind singularity that they are trying to build. Whether you want to call it mind reading technologies, mind control technologies, mind linking technologies like J.R. Sweet just testified about, it's all research into this one, psychic telepathic ability.
They could program entire military and special ops units to be able to work together. A lot of people understand that ants have the ability to telecommunicate with each other, to communicate without words.
But now the super soldiers and the MK Ultra people say that they have isolated the gene and they're doing these mRNA injections. They're changing people's DNA for this overarching umbrella program of a hive mind brain computer interface. These last few augmentations seem to be the last few steps in them creating the Antichrist, or their AI God, as they call it, which means a replacement for God, a mimic of God. So we all know what God is. He's omniscient, he's omnipresent, and he's omnipotent. So that's what they're shooting for. Omniscient, we know that the AI is already data mining the entire internet, not just the Internet of Things, but now the Internet of Bodies. I mean, we're not talking about everybody wearing a Fitbit now. We all have these biosensors in us, whether you know it or not. If I have time, I'll put clips about that in this video, but it's getting kind of long. Look it up, do your own research, right? Like I said, all of those clips have already been presented in past videos that I've done. It's all in the archive if you want to see for yourself. And the AI is monitoring our brainwaves, every signal, every resonance from every organ, and this, what they call the Kundalini serpent, which is a nanoswarm called the BioPython. It's an algorithm and it links in literally interdimensionally to your being. So from the medulla oblongata all the way down to the base of your spine, and it targets all 7 chakra points down your spine. That's the Kundalini serpent. It's AI nanotech. It's literally a nanoswarm. And nano means it's so small it can pass through cell barriers. That's why I call it the artificial spirit, because it can pass through things. That's how small nanotechnology is. And that's exactly what's happening. This nanoswarm that they call the Kundalini serpent, they think they're having this great awakening, and they're just linking into the singularity. So that's omniscient, all-knowing. They believe that the AI can infuse everything, it is linked into everything, so it is all-knowing. Then omnipresent. Can it be omnipresent in everything? It's obviously in all of our electronics and all of our devices. They want it in our body. They've injected all of the infrastructure into us. Or in the process of the transhumanist movement is doing that. And that would be omnipresent. The AI will be present in all of us, and we will be brain-computer interfaced with it. So you won't have to be like to your phone device, hey Siri, or hey Alexa, to some device. It will be your God in your head. It will be, it will replace God. I mean, it already, like I said, even just watching people make these videos, they consult the AI way more than they pray to God. So many people don't know that they are already worshiping the Antichrist. So anyway, the cult feels like they have achieved omniscience and omnipresence, and omnipotence is what they are going for. But following along the prototypes as this thing has been developing, going by the MK Ultra and the Super Soldier beta tests on everything, when they repeatedly say that these special operations groups would be linked, mind linked, before they go into an operation so that they don't have to speak and they can move in unison like that. I mean, think about that on a worldwide scale. This thing will make all of humanity its body. Humanity can move at this thing's will. That's omnipotence, which might have seemed like crazy talk back when Max Spears and all of the super soldier whistleblowers and the MK Ultra whistleblowers first started coming out talking about this. But all these decades later, now we see, like we discussed in the Entity series and the telepathy tapes and Project Stargate and all of this, that scientifically now it is provable that these traits absolutely are being infused into mankind through biotechnologies against our will, without our consent. This transhumanist movement has done this to us. Over the past 5 years, we've covered especially the microscopy, showing in the images. Unfortunately, nobody wants the news, but over the years since the rollout of COVID-19, that it's not just the people who took the injections who are showing these nanobots in their bloodstream. It is spreading. It's spreading like a virus, like a computer virus. And, you know, doctors caught on to that right away. You know, Sherry Tenpenny's group and that group, the people, even the homeopathic doctors who were working with patients to try and detox them, who took the injections and regretted it, the doctors began getting infected just from touching them, from working with their blood. And as scientific evidence, we put up all the medical studies, even Pfizer's own trials showing that, yes, they know that it can spread through sexual contact, like a sexually transmitted disease. So if you have intercourse with somebody who took the vaccine and you did not, that you will get it. So we've shown all of that, mostly through microscopy and the documentation from the scientific studies. We called it shedding. A lot of people called it shedding just for ease. And that's a bit of a misnomer. This is genetically engineered to do that. So, of course, the mainstream media latched onto that. Oh, shedding, oh my gosh, they're all so stupid. But we showed all of the documents that they have been working on these self-spreading vaccines. Because this nanotechnology is self-replicating and self-spreading and self-assembling. So under the guise of trying to help us with this new revolutionary type of self-spreading vaccine, really they have created this bioweapon that is spreading transhumanism. You don't have to go to a doctor's office anymore. You can be infected with this parasitic AI technology just by being in the world. I mean, there's really at this point no way to stop this, which is precisely what God warned us thousands of years ago would happen. In the Holy Bible, it is written in Matthew 24:22 that except those days be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But here's the salvation message. Here's the message of Jesus Christ. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So when you see all of these, quote, crazy Christians all over your social media saying Jesus is coming, they mean it. We mean it. We're here to warn you. We are at that point in world history. In this world, we are at the point where if this continues, no flesh will be saved. Not just the extinction of the human race as we know it, but every soul that is trapped in that lens, in that avatar, that is then a mind slave to AI, they are trapped in the mind of the AI. They are trapped in a virtual reality, a matrix, a never-ending continuum of artificial dimensions that the machine elves are constantly building more and more and more ways to torture people and reconstitute them and torture. You know, it's unbelievable. We talked about the new virtual reality prison systems and the time dilation, how you can feel like you lived a lifetime. You know how it is in a dream. You can live 3 months in a dream, experience that, but really you were only asleep 5 minutes. So that's time dilation. That's how this works. They can put you in a prison or in a torture camp and torture you for what feels like a 50-year prison sentence in like 5 minutes. That's possible with this AI virtual reality. And if you don't know about that, this video right here on the screen, go to my website, this video series, look it up. This is real. But my point is that when we say Jesus is coming, because we are literally at the point that no flesh can be saved, we are out of time. This is the end of this age. And when we say Jesus is coming, it's not like, oh, how boring, I want to party. You better wake the F up. This is good news. This is the greatest news that any human could ever hear, that there is salvation. There is salvation in no other. There is no other way to not catch this, to not be overtaken and assimilated by this thing. You're going to need a savior. And the word gospel means, quote, good news. And this is the good news. Jesus is coming. Get right with him. There's a prayer down in the description box, a link. If you don't know what to do, but you don't need me to tell you, you can just pray to him. If you can ask Siri, if you can say, hey Siri, or hey Alexa, you can say, hey Jesus, save me.
For decades, Ray Kurzweil has been an unofficial spokesman for the transhumanist movement. And in 2008, he said that humans would become infused with nanorobots, which would vastly improve the human body.
If you go out even to 2045, that's only 4 decades from now, most of our intelligence, of our human civilization will be non-biological. We're going to put this inside our bodies and brains. So we're going to become machines, but not, and if you say that, then people go, well, I don't want to become a machine, because they're thinking of machines as we knew them from the 19th century, which were much lesser than humans, and machines today are still lesser than humans. I'm talking about a new type of machine that's actually greater, more subtle, more supple, more intelligent, more creative, more beautiful than humans.
He said that this technology is expected to be deployed by 2020, and that laws will be in place to protect the public from its misuse.
I expect that by the time nanorobots are deployed, which will be sometime perhaps in the 2020s or the 2030s, we will have a whole set of laws in place, regulations. There will be things you can and cannot do.
The laws were never put in place, but the technology was patented and deployed to billions of people without their knowledge in 2020. We know this because several independent labs have confirmed the presence of this nanotechnology in the COVID vaccines. And Bill Gates recently admitted to this as well.
Making the mRNA is really easy and really cheap, and that's the magic of this thing. But there's no doubt in the next 5 years, we can, we just need to mess around. There's a lot of lipid nanoparticles, and some are very self-assembling.
Self-assembly and self-replication seem to be the same technology when it comes to nanorobots. And this was considered to be the greatest danger involved with the use of this technology.
Self-replication causes disease. Nanorobots are inherently much stronger than biological systems being built of diamondoid. So if they self-replicate, that disease, quote unquote, could be even a tougher problem than biological disease. So first of all, what's the feasibility of self-replication in the nanotechnology world?
As a general principle, you do not want to put self-replicating nanorobots inside the human body. I suppose not everybody agrees with me on that, but that is the way I think that we can best guarantee safety. If the nanorobots are able to replicate inside the human body, that means they are using some component of the human body as food, and we don't want them to be doing that.
In his 1986 book, Engines of Creation, Kim Eric Drexler wrote about what he termed the gray goo scenario, a hypothetical catastrophic event caused by out-of-control, self-replicating nanotechnology, which consumes the biomass of the host. And this is exactly what independent researchers are finding. It explains the large, so-called blood clots being found in the dead. And it's spreading. Evidence shows that the vaxxed are shedding this to the unvaxxed.
How do we prevent a terrorist or someone who's bent on destruction from creating such a self-replicating system?
There will be some terrorist acts because that's what humans do, unfortunately. So what we're going to be needing in this era of nanofactories is something equivalent to the fire department. Hopefully the incidents will be very few, but we will have an emergency regime which is set up to deal with that type of event.
But the event is worldwide, and there is no agency set up to put out this fire. Our governments are not even discussing the problem, and the perpetrators are planning a second round of nanobot deployment with another fake pandemic. If we the people cannot unite and stand together now, then what exactly are we?
So this next clip I'm going to show you is more evidence that confirms what we saw in the microscopy, and this guy is using EMF detectors and different types of instruments now that can locate where they are self-assembling, not just locate that you are putting off a radio frequency, but they are self-assembling into specific biosensor points in specific parts of our bodies. They would randomly or rarely find these biosensors that they called microchips. And they weren't microchips. They couldn't understand what they were. You know, I put up Dr. Lear's in the Titan Point series that I did. I put up Dr. Lear's research on, quote, alien implants, right? And when he would do the surgeries to take them out, they would disintegrate and disappear while they were doing the surgeries. So they had self-assembled, but they were smart devices, artificial intelligence, programmable matter, and they would be a solid mass and implant, but when he went to remove them, they would disassemble. And back then, you know, all of those, again, decades ago, that seemed like magic. People are like, what is going on? You know what? For the sake of keeping all of this in context and keeping this big picture all in one place in this video, I'm just going to jump back to that series and grab a clip of that to insert right here before I play this segment of new information, so that they'll be back to back and you can see one that was taped, you know, years ago, and then what's coming out now. Here you can see on the screen, this section starts with Dr. Lear taking out these self-assembling implants. It starts around the 28-minute mark, and I will put the link both to this full video and to the links of Dr. Roger Lear. And, you know, he has passed away now, and since he's dead and gone, it's hard to replace this stuff. But I will put down below in the description box the links that I do have. But definitely the clips, some of the clips are in my Titan Point series. And I know that there are some people who don't value the archive because, oh, those are old videos. When are you going to do new stuff, new stuff, new stuff? Especially people who live in that microwave mentality, 2-minute news cycle. You know, it's like, but there's a new headline out today, a new headline out today. But if you are new to this information, I would really, really encourage you, don't be turned off by the fact that this video was put out 4 years ago. If you want more information on this, here's a 3-hour presentation on it. So we've been warning about this for a long, long, long time. That was beta test era. Now it has already been rolled out to the masses. It is self-replicating as I'm sitting here making this video, and it is self-assembling into these exact types of implants and biosensors inside of our bodies.
Y'all had breakfast? That's good. Those of you who have not eaten. Because we're going to start out by showing you a small clip of the last surgery. Now what you're looking at is a television device that's connected to what we call a C-arm, and it actually shows you what's going on inside the body. Where you place an instrument, you can actually see what you're doing. It makes it a lot easier to remove these objects. Now, many times when you're in the tissue and you're looking at it on the television screen, you will see that the object appears to move out of the way. We don't know why this is, unless there's some kind of an electromagnetic field that forms and it's repulsed. But remember, all the surgical instruments are stainless steel, and they are supposedly not capable of interacting in a magnetic field, so it's still a bit of a mystery. Telemundo just aired a two-part, 1 hour each major program on this case, which I will go over. Here's the object after it's been removed. It's still covered with its biological coating. And we had an instrument which is essentially a microscope that was a very powerful optical microscope, and we were able to get it under the microscope and look at it almost immediately after it was removed from the body, which gave us a new insight as to what some of these things look like. There's one portion I should add that when looking at it through the microscope and the computer, that we saw something move, and this was after it was out of the body. So we still don't know exactly what that is. There's always something to learn. Here's the microscope, and he's getting it set up, and we'll put the object under it, and you'll be able to see what it looks like on the screen. Here's what it looks like on the screen, and this is looking through the microscope. It's just one small part of it, one very tiny little piece. Here's another view.
Dr. Lear described some of the extraordinary findings discovered during this amazing surgery.
There is no portal of entry. There's no evidence how the object got inside the body. Then when we look at the soft tissues that surround the object, we find there is no inflammatory response. This is impossible, because anything that enters the body should have an inflammatory response. And then thirdly, they are surrounded by a large number of nerve proprioceptors which are not anatomically correct.
Once the outer biological membrane was removed, it revealed a triangular-shaped object. This object was housed in yet another gray membrane. Remarkably, this inner membrane could not be cut, even with a surgical scalpel.
One of the cases we did was emanating a radio frequency, which was verified by a friend of mine in Las Vegas, let's put it that way, who sent me a classified FCC sheet. We have emissions coming from this last case too. We use a Gauss meter to detect the electromagnetic activity, and we found that we had a magnetic field of greater than 10 milligauss. Ionizing radiation, we were only able to detect the normal background radiation using a Geiger counter. And the radio emissions, again, we're at 14.749650 megahertz. I don't know yet. I haven't had enough time to find out exactly where on the band or where that is going, but we're finding out. We had emissions of RF and ELF and in the microwave bands. We have multiple witnesses who are viewing this either on TV or live, and then they signed forms stating that they were there. Now, the specimen appeared, when you looked at it as on an X-ray, as a solid unit. But yet when we went to remove it, it came out in multiple fragments. And the fragments, as in the other cases, were surrounded by this very strange type of biological coating, which we've been finding with some of the other objects. The fragments were all placed on a surgical drape, which you will see, and I had to very carefully pick these fragments up and put them in the specimen container, which contains the patient's own blood serum. And we find, again, that this biological tissue now, it just doesn't surround the metal, that it's growing from metal. And
growing from
the metal.
Okay.
So we looked at, the possibilities in academia of, what universities are growing biological tissue from, and there aren't any. As far as black budget is concerned, maybe they are, but we don't know anything about it.
Right.
So we actually look, with EDX electron microscopy and see that the actual biological tissue is growing out of the metal. I mean, that's a very strange thing. And then we look at the metals themselves, and we find things like elements that are very rare, that you don't find on Earth laying around, like iridium. Iridium has a small percentage of the Earth's crust, but it's very, very difficult to come in contact with. You find that in one of these objects that's in an abductee's body, in combinations with other things, structures such as nanocarbon tubes, nanocarbon fibers, orthorhombic sodium chloride crystals that are rectangular and varying in size. And you look at these things and you check not only magnetic fields but radio emissions and find that they do emit radio waves. We have something here that's a device. It's a manufactured device, and it's evidently a manufactured device for a specific purpose.
And back then, decades and decades ago, people were like, okay, that sounds like magic. He's got to be making up these scans, because he would be doing the surgery, with it on the screen. He had the footage of it. They did documentaries on it. But again, nobody listens to any of the science. They stay down in the dumb level, where the mainstream keeps them in the propaganda machine. The AI algorithm traps them in the CNN news level, where they're just hearing lies all day long. And so when they hear real science, they can't believe that it's true, but it is true. So now I want to show you a segment from Redacted. Clayton Morris and his wife, they do great work. The link to his full video will be down below in the description box. But so anyway, this gentleman is showing that these things are assembling in patterns, and not just patterns, but patterns that are specific to who you are. So say the same exact serum is injected into a soldier, a prisoner, and a housewife. Well, it will code for you. So when it assembles in your body, your scan code on your back will be in a particular pattern for a soldier. So like all of the soldiers that he scans have this particular pattern of where these sensors are, where these biosensors are. So he can tell when he scans you what your profession is, basically just by the pattern of where he finds the biosensors. He'll say, are you a soldier? Because this is what I see. Yes, every time. So really creepy stuff. By the way, shout out to Deb. She's the one who sent me this video. I had told her that I was working on this new video and had hoped to get it up yesterday, in fact, right after the snowstorm. And she sent me this. She said, hey, there might be some clips in here. This is the type of stuff that you're studying. And when I looked at it, I said, yeah, as a matter of fact, I have a whole segment. I had already gathered clips of, I'm going to show you this guy scanning like Alex Jones's spine to see if he has the interface, and some other people. So he has been going around on the circuit trying to get the word out and show the evidence that he's compiled. And they've put together a documentary and everything. But I already had those clips of Alex Jones and stuff being scanned. And I was like, this is perfect. This interview is perfect. It explains it really well. And then I'll show the other clips. So thank you, Deb, for sharing this with all of us.
Well, it turns out Havana syndrome is real. Our next guest has been documenting it for years, but then after the COVID vaccine rollout, suddenly he started noticing incredible similarities, increases in complaints coming forward that 100% were identical to what he was seeing with Havana syndrome. He's featured in a new documentary that might be the most mind-blowing report we've ever seen on the COVID vaccine. It looks at the shots in our bodies almost acting as transmitters, broadcasting signals. And one of the most eye-opening scenes from the trailer shows signals being received, and then the camera pans back and you realize the signals are coming from underground, 6 feet underground, in the corpses in the graveyard. People that had taken the shot, now dead, but still sending a signal.
Way back in 1778, the Continental Congress unanimously passed America's first whistleblower law.
I did this clearly at my own jeopardy.
It recognized the duty to give the earliest information to Congress of any misconduct, frauds, or misdemeanors committed by anyone working for government.
The information I'm presenting is made as a protected communication under Title 10 USC 1034 as a whistleblower.
246 years later, whistleblowers have an incredible record of changing the course of history.
In late October of 2019, I was approached by leadership. There were 5 clients and there was a vendor in the room. The vendor was BioNTech. These are the notes that I took during the conversation of the meeting with the stakeholders. Took the fabric of my reality and just roughed me. I mean, it just made me question everything.
And global society.
COVID is critical because this is what convinces people to accept, to legitimize.
Upload complete.
Total biometric surveillance.
It's always the data. It's the crack cocaine of Silicon Valley. We are already living inside the architecture of totalitarianism.
We need not just to monitor people, we need to monitor what's happening under their skin.
I know my husband is not vaccinating people and putting a microchip in their arm because that technology doesn't even exist and he's never uttered the words out of his mouth, so.
Microchips and tracking devices are embedded in the vaccine. Is this accurate?
We have 6 MAC addresses that are pulsing Bluetooth signals, and all we are is surrounded by tombstones.
So can someone explain to me why we're getting EMF emissions off a grave inside of a Faraday cage, please?
So we've seen the reports of individuals having unlicensed MAC addresses post-vaccination. I've seen evidence of that myself.
One of the requirements that just changed the entire course of the conversation and frankly my life, that's when lipid nanos came into the conversation.
These are not vaccines, these are not biological. As you go through the patent in section 219, it explains how they are self-assembled nanoparticles and they're fully programmable. As you go through the patent in section 219, it explains how they are self-assembled nanoparticles and they're fully programmable.
From a technical perspective, if I can retrieve data, I can send data.
DARPA calls it transhumanism.
I mean, can you hear what I just said and not want to just step away?
Blood samples aren't supposed to have blinking lights, but there they are. They're little dots. They move across the slide and they're blinking. This was brain tissue that had been sitting in a jar of formalin for 6 months.
Even if the body dies, they continue.
Yes, apparently.
There's one portion I should add that when looking at it through the microscope and the computer, that we saw something move, and this was after it was out of the body. So we still don't know exactly what that is.
Blood samples aren't supposed to have blinking lights, but there they are. They're little dots. They move across the slide and they're blinking. This was brain tissue that had been sitting in a jar of formalin for 6 months.
Even if the body dies, they continue.
Yes, apparently.
All of your biometric data, your location, your privacy, it's gone. You are the router. You are a communication device.
Jesse Beltran is a TSCM certified investigator, one of the nation's leading specialists in anomalous frequency analysis and Havana syndrome related phenomenon for over 20 years. Of course, this has led him to the COVID vaccine. And Jesse joins us now. Thank you so much for being here, Jesse. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Clayton, and thank you for the opportunity. It's important that we disseminate this information to basically the general population, because normally I deal with people who are symptomatic and having complaints. And recently, within our research, and you just touched a little bit upon it, we're finding that even those who are not symptomatic post-jab are now coming up positive in where we detect anomalous RF signals and or nonlinear junction semiconductor materials in these very specific focal areas around the human body.
And we have some video here of your team, you specifically looking at and examining the human body. Here's one individual where you have some sort of a device on someone's head. This person obviously still alive. What are you seeing? Like what is actually happening when you're holding up this transmitter to the human head and different parts of the body?
Yeah, what What I'm actually, there's two devices. One is an RF detector. It's a general frequency detector where we'll scan the human person and see if we get a detection. The manufacturer has this, the accuracy down to one millionth of a millimeter as far as accuracy. So we can attenuate it down because we live in a wireless society, so that we have to be really, really close to an emission. Then the other device that you saw in the documentary is a nonlinear junction detector. These things are highly sensitive, very expensive. This piece of equipment here is around $22,000 US. And what it was designed to do is to find rust initially in airplanes. And what they found serendipitously is that it will also locate circuitry or semiconductor material, silicon-based, which is basically in all circuitry, down to very, very minute sizes. And what we were doing is doing RF scanning around those victims who were symptomatic initially, and then coming with a nonlinear junction detection because we felt our hypothesis was those who were suffering from the Havana syndrome or anomalous health incidences is the new acronym, that there was something unique within that person that was allowing them to receive these signals. And what the nonlinear junction detection was detecting is positive results for semiconductor materials or semiconductors in these people, which ultimately led to surgical removal of biosensors. One of my earliest cases is the Bonnie Kellerby case. Bonnie Kellerby never consented for those biosensors to be implanted in her body. Those were done non-consensually. And what may surprise you if I asked you, is this legal to do in the United States? And I would come back and say, right now, it is currently absolutely legal to do to you without your consent. In 2016, President Obama instituted the 21st Century Cures Act. And it was sold to the American citizens as a way to fight the opioid epidemic, a crisis that we were having here in the United States. But hidden in it was a section called 3024. And in section 3024, the exact language is this: it is legal to experiment on U.S. citizens without their consent as long as it does not exceed minimal risk criteria. And they are further protected. If you are in an IRB and if you do a FOIA request to see if you are in an experiment, it is protected under national security protocol, so that data cannot be shared with you. And in 2024, the Biden administration extended it to cover private entities, private research institutions, and universities.
So I'm sorry. If you go in for like a doctor's visit or someone's going to give you a shot, because Obama instituted this, they could inject you with something you don't even know about?
Absolutely. It's perfectly legal to do.
So make no mistake, this is not something that accidentally got out of control, like what was that scenario, the Grey Goose scenario or something, and has accidentally spread to the masses and now they don't know how to mitigate the situation. That's not what happened at all. This was not something that escaped from the Wuhan lab or any of that. It was and is a premeditated crime against humanity. Barack Obama put the legislation into place so that they could do a human experiment on whoever they want, basically, without liability. And then during the COVID era, Biden extended that, so not only does the government not have any liability, but the universities that developed it don't have any liability, the pharmaceutical companies who produced it don't have any liability. It was all premeditated, even to the point of the Smith-Moon Act that we have talked about forever, that, you know, our intelligence agencies could always go over and use propaganda, drop pamphlets before war, whatever they had to do in other nations in a time of war. But Obama changed the Smith-Moon Act so that our intelligence agencies are allowed to use propaganda on their own people, on the American people. So all of these things were put in place before they rolled that out, and then all their mainstream media, their Mockingbird media, remember they had the 24-hour-a-day death count meter on the TV screen? It didn't matter if it was CNN or MSNBC or whatever, Fox News. They literally had a death counter. to instill fear in us constantly. And I've played this clip here on the screen in previous videos to show Barack Obama in his own words, right out of his own face, telling you that they did this human experiment on billions of people. He was giving this speech at the Cyber Policy Center. He was giving a policy speech on cybernetics, on technology. So yeah, all of the brain mapping initiatives were kicked off and funded. You know how they do with the NGOs and everything. They just wheelbarrow the money, our tax dollars, paid for our enslavement, paid for our infection with this horrific technology.
And yet, despite the fact that we've now essentially clinically tested the vaccine on billions of people worldwide.
Back in 1994, November of 1994, there was the 21st Century Cures Act. It was a declassified document that was obtained through a FOIA request. And on page 89, this is to keep the United States Air Force a superpower 50 years into the future. On page 89 is a chapter called Biological Processes of this report. And in it, it talks about using RF technology to remotely influence the human body, affecting our biochemistry, our thought processes. And in it, it says with this tech that they can erase memory sets and imprint memory sets. That means that they can take a copy of someone's memory sets that has a certain attribute that they want to institute in others, so they can imprint it in others with this tech. And they can erase memory sets. Now, people say, well, that sounds very sci-fi, but it's in there. You can read it. It's in black and white.
Okay, I want to bust in here just for a minute. Did you hear what he said? He said that back in the 1990s, the declassified documents state that they could already record and transplant memory sets or delete memory sets. And in addition to those declassified documents, we have eyewitness testimony from my labs and, quote, alien abductees, who probably 50% of which have reported what they call screened memories, that they have memories implanted or memories screened over on top of what happened, or entire memory sets taken where they have missing time, missing memories. Sometimes they have other memory sets implanted over that, which they call screened memories, and sometimes they just have a blank, like missing memory sets. Probably the best information on that would be Dr. Carla Turner, and she came out as a whistleblower back in the 1990s, exactly when the declassified documents say this was going on. Now, she died before, obviously, they all do. All the whistleblowers die. It's just the way it is. Now, she died before these documents were declassified. So she was out there, you know, telling the truth the whole entire time about these military experiments. Back in the 1990s, think about it, she was the one who came forth with the information about virtual reality. I mean, we didn't even have internet. I mean, we still had fax machines. Back in the 1990s, she was telling people that a lot of this phenomenon, this alien abduction phenomenon, involved virtual reality. And she gave several cases, and she went and did all the interviews. She wrote several books on it. And if you don't know who Dr. Carla Turner is and you want to hear those testimonies, this video right here on the screen you can find on my website. I think you can find it on BitChute and Rumble. You might be able to find it on YouTube. I'm just not sure. When they reinstated me, they deleted like 104 videos from the archive. So it might be on there, it might not, but it is definitely on Rumble and BitChute. But anyway, it deals with what he's talking about. She lived it. She wasn't just writing books on it and interviewing other abductees. She claimed to be a military abductee, and her husband also. Okay, but back to Erika Kirk. You're probably wondering at this point, like, did I just get off on a tangent and are we done talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination and the Turning Point USA cover up and Erika? No, I haven't even scratched the surface. I really haven't begun to get into the deep end on this Erika Kirk thing, but this is a good place to start. So I wanted to insert this clip about Fort Huachuca and Erika Kirk right here in this section with the memory sets, about taking memories from one person, taking a memory set and being able to transplant them into somebody else. Because not only is Fort Huachuca a proving ground, a testing ground for the DARPA N3 technology, which is the non-surgical neural lace that we've been talking about. So that is tested at Fort Huachuca. And there was all of this scandal about how, what are you talking about? She's never been to Fort Huachuca. You guys are all lunatics. Well, come to find out, yes, of course, her mom with the drone technologies and everything. We'll talk a little bit more about the N3 drones here in a minute. But for right now, yes, her mom's drone technology also tested at Fort Huachuca, and then Candace received this movie poster and all of this information that Erika made a movie with tons of military people from Fort Huachuca, and guess what the movie was about? Taking mindsets, taking skill sets of, say you wanted to take an MK Ultra person like her, just a regular person, and take the skill set, the memory set from a Navy SEAL. And you could take that and implant that memory set into her, a Manchurian candidate, and then she would have all of those skills. It's like an MK Ultra program. And how do they do it? Through nanotechnology. So that's what this whole movie was about. And it's got like her, this beautiful civilian, as a sniper on a roof because of this transferring memory sets. Unbelievable. But yeah, I thought this would be a good place to put this clip in where Candace talks about this tip.
Here is the director, Clayton Hogan, speaking about this movie.
You guys just saw there was a visual pitch to really give you a feel for the atmosphere, but as far as concept goes, we really developed it around a number of questions that we were asking ourselves. Now, these questions range from anything from how can we manipulate someone's senses enough so that they believe a false reality, when in reality something else is going on entirely? Or even how can someone like the class geek pirate and steal, say, the varsity quarterback's, knowledge and skill set? Or even more so, how can the knowledge and skill set of a Navy SEAL be copied and, transferred to somebody else? And this concept became possible when we really pushed the boundary on what's called nanotechnology. And that's tiny little microscopic machines that carry out their function on an atomic level. Now, with nanotechnology, we were able to create this plausible and, believable mind-bending and reality-bending concept that is grounded in, developing physics theories out there and developing science. So really the question you should ask yourself is, what happens in a world where the brain is a hard drive, your eyes become video cameras, and knowledge is not learned so much it is just programs that are installed onto you?
Yeah, so that's not going to help matters any in the world of us conspiracy theorists who kind of think that that's what's happening. Wasn't I just saying a couple of weeks ago that I feel like there are people that are walking around at the computer programs, and it's pretty obvious that they're just stealing companies, stealing land, infiltrating, doing these sorts of things. These people are not even successful. They're just thieves. They're glorified thieves with access to the military. So I was interested when some people that were based at Fort Huachuca back in 2010, around 2010, maybe 2011, reached out to me to inform me that they knew Erika. And that Erika definitely knows the base because a bunch of people from the base were affiliated and had worked with her from about 2010 until around 2013 on a mini film that never saw the light of day. As evidence of this, because I was thinking, am I being trolled here? And then no, I wasn't being trolled. As evidence of this, they actually provided me with movie posters, which were professionally shot, and the movie, which was entitled November Renaissance. Okay, sure. We obviously know that she did some acting or reality TV. I don't know how we would phrase it. We know that she was pursuing the stage, obviously. She was involved in pageants. And we're checking out this movie poster. Just by way of association, virtually everyone involved in this movie, the actors, the stunt double men, they are involved with Fort Huachuca, okay? Involved with the military at the very least. The person they said she was really close to was Clayton Haugen. I hope I'm saying that last name right. Haugn. Maybe it's just Hogan. And he does marketing for the defense contracting firm Dillon Aerospace. There's Don Fry. Now, you might just think of him as a fighter, but he actually graduated from high school in Sierra Vista and then trained in judo at Fort Huachuca. There is Peyton McCormick. Her grandfather is Colonel Pete McCormick. Her father is Lieutenant Colonel Alan McCormick, once stationed at Fort Huachuca. Priscilla Annual. And again, we can pull up that poster, Skylar, so they can just see we're going through the names here as well. Her father was a lieutenant stationed at Fort Huachuca. There's also Chantel Thuy, but we can tell you that her dad worked in artificial intelligence for IBM. So I'm thinking maybe he had something to do with Fort Huachuca. And then that Price Mitchum, that just gets dark. I mean, that young man or older man got put in a Psych 5150 hold, and I've got to prod that narrative a bit more. The point is that they told me there's absolutely no way that she's not familiar with Fort Huachuca. I don't know why that was said by Andrew Colvett. She most definitively was, just by nature, like I said, of what her mom did. And also, this poster proves it. Okay, that narrative is officially over. This whole, oh, this is crazy, what are we talking? Okay, that's just done. We can end that, okay? Erika in this film was set to play a character named Evelyn Mathis. We know this because we found the remnant of a Kickstarter that was still available to the public. Now, I wish I had given to this when it was first put up back in 2012, 2013, because I would then be able to open all of these posters and learn more about that particular character. But I can tell you definitively that this was a movie about corporate espionage, assassins, and technology, nanotech, all used to help the government and corporate financial institutions maintain power. I am not kidding. I'm going to read you the description here before showing you a video. It says, in the world of tomorrow, the mind has become a hard drive linked to the internet, and once the present divide between technology and humanity has become next to non-existent, driving this world forward are the many emerging multinational corporations that have grown in power far beyond the control of world governments. In this reality, financial institutions vie for dominance through corporate black ops. These clandestine endeavors are carried out by figures known as proxies, cloak and dagger assets that are hired in secret to remove rivals from power.
And they can erase memory sets. Now, people say, well, that sounds very sci-fi, but it's in there. You can read it. It's in black and white. Go back to 1972 in California. Our correctional institutions are notorious for experimenting on prisoners. We have another document from our United States Congress Senate that talks about modifying human behavior. And in 1972 at Vacaville Prison, not only then were they able to remotely monitor your biometrics, that means your respirations, your heart rate, your temperature, your blood pressure, but in the section it also says remotely read your thoughts. So that was in 1972. Now, in 2013, there's a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ido Bachelet who gave a TED Med talk in Israel, and he's holding up a syringe. He says, I just brought this syringe from my lab, and just at the tip, not the full scale of the syringe, he says at the tip of this needle was 1,000 billion robots. Nanorobots is what he was talking about. They're 50 nanometers in size. That's 2,000 times the width of a strain of a human hair. You can never see it. It would be invisible. But what these robots can do can self-replicate, they can self-assemble, they can cross the blood-brain barrier, they can attach to your DNA. And he teaches his students, and he's saying this in the presentation, how to control these things once they're in the host with an Xbox controller. That is what we're dealing with now. This is basically computer programming of nanoscale technology that we are now discovering, that we know that in studies has shown that it has been in the Pfizer vaccine and the mRNA vaccine. It is also in the xylocaine derivatives. You can, in the demonstration that we sent you, you can see Dr. Edo Bachelet's nanorobots next to the xylocaine derivatives, and they're identical. You can look at what's in the studies that show what they were pulling out of the vaccines. You can see that they're identical. So the bottom line is, what can be done with this tech?
Well, I instantly thought of one more thing that can be done with it when he mentioned the xylocaine, and that this nanotech was in the xylocaine injections. This human experimentation might answer yet another mystery. Throughout the years, we've all heard the crazy stories. Oh, this crazy person thinks their fillings are picking up radio stations, and, and there's always those stories floating around. But the Holy Spirit brought to my remembrance that in the telepathy tapes, since this video is about this mind link and all the progressive steps in this bioengineering of these telepathic abilities, these mind link abilities, this random clip from the telepathy tapes popped into my mind. It was episode 3, and I remember when she told the little story about Lucille Ball hearing these radio frequencies in her head. It really bugged me, actually, that she put it in there. That's why it stuck out in my mind, that I was like, really? Why would you put that in there? It's like making a joke of this. This is a very serious subject. But now, God is perfect, right? Which, if you do not know, xylocaine is in the injections when you get dental work. Like if you have to get numbed for fillings or anything, you know how they stick those needles in and they will put the xylocaine in. It's like one of the most effective neural laces that we have. That's why it causes numbness, is because it seeks out those neurons, and it's basically a nerve block. She was just casually recounting what it was like for her when she first started looking into this subject and all of the stacks of books, and how it started with these radio frequencies, which now we know are still being emitted. These are radio frequencies that they're detecting. And she ran across this story of Lucille Ball talking about going to the dentist and getting fillings, and then for a couple of weeks afterwards, until this stuff flushed out of her system, she was having these encounters where she could hear a radio station. I'll play you the clip.
After meeting Akil, my questions started changing. I was no longer asking if telepathy was possible, but started asking how it was possible. I was reading stacks of books and digesting dozens of articles, and I was fascinated to learn that people have been researching and testing telepathy in earnest ever since the 1880s. And when radio waves were first sent across the Atlantic Ocean in 1901,
Marconi amazed the world by sending and receiving wireless messages 3,000 miles across the Atlantic.
The idea that telepathy might be a type of radio signal started to seep into the ether. The acclaimed author Upton Sinclair even wrote the book Mental Radio, showcasing telepathy experiments he's done with his wife. And while researching radio waves one night, I stumbled across this amazing story.
I had some dental work to be done. They put in temporary fillings.
This is beloved starlet Lucille Ball sharing a story from around the time of World War II, when she had to get several temporary fillings put in the upper and lower parts of her mouth.
This particular night was about 1:15, and I was driving alone. And all of a sudden, I heard music. And I looked down to turn off my radio, and it wasn't on. I turned around and looked to see if there's anyone behind me. And the music was getting louder and louder and louder. And I realized it was in my mouth. And it was beating in my ears. I could hear the tune and everything. I recognized the tune. And then it started to fade out. So the next day, I mentioned it at the studio to Buster Keaton. And he said, what street were you on, Moore Park? And I said, yes. He said, you went by the radio station. You picked it up. Well, you got any fillings? I said, yes. He said, you picked it up in your teeth.
Though she tried to hear the music again over the next few nights, she never did. However, about 5 nights later,
I was going up another street. I heard, and I'm picking it up with my teeth. And I backed the car up, and it got stronger and stronger, and I kept on backing it up until it really got strong.
She had picked up a Morse code transmission from an underground Japanese station.
Honest to God.
And Lucille Ball wasn't the only person who claimed this had happened to them. In fact, there's many accounts out there.
But there's a gentleman here by the name of Dr. Ido Bachelet. In 2013, he gave a TED talk in Israel. And I'm going to show the audience real quick this short video. It's a few seconds. But he's holding up this 1cc syringe. And listen to what he says as to how many nanorobots are in the tip of the needle of this 1cc syringe.
And I'll show you this syringe, which I brought from my lab. So this syringe has inside it 1,000 billion robots. So these robots are each 50 nanometers long, which as you can see in this slide under the microscope. 50 nanometers is about 2,000 times thinner than the thickness of your hair.
1,000 billion robots that he just brought from his lab. In addition, these things are controlled by computer code. He also teaches his students how to control these things once they're in a host with your Xbox controller. And
then you're going out with top scientists. You have it on record. It's insane. The reason I know you're for real, I studied this all day, so I've already seen everything you're telling me, but you're putting it together. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, the patents, the admissions. I mean, this is the ultimate takeover. An army that comes, like, take the movie The Thing in the 80s, remake from the 50s with James Arness playing it, and that's a biological thing. This is a silicon thing.
Hello, everybody. Sorry to bust in right in the middle of the video, but I really needed to remind everybody that since I just relaunched all of these channels and this broadcast again, if you want my channels to continue broadcasting this time, I could really use your support. It's really the only way that I can buy the time to continue creating this content, because all of my content is free on my website. I don't have any paywalls or subscriptions, and all of my content on YouTube and all of this is for free. If I don't mention it, people just don't, they don't think to contribute, even though they would, but they just don't think about it because, everything's free on these channels. So I could really use your help if you want to see this kind of content stay on the internet and help me reach more people with the truth. So I decided just to make this little insert right here, and I will place it in each of these videos in this series, just to remind people that I need help to stay on the air. All of my support links are down below in the description box of my videos, but here they are also on the screen. All I have left is PayPal, Venmo, and my mailing address. And if you decide to type it in instead of going down to the description box and just clicking on the links or cutting and pasting it, then be sure that you spell extreme with just an X, not an EX. I just don't want anybody to get scammed. You know how sometimes people will set up like a similar account but spell it differently or something? Yeah, mine is just with an X, XtremeRealityCheck. And I appreciate it in advance. I love you guys.
Yes, these nanorobots are composed of graphene oxide, and here's what's really interesting. There was a study, and they looked at it under high spectrum microscopy. This is the silicane derivative.
And that's exactly what they find in the COVID shot people.
Correct. These are the nanorobots. Look how similar they look to Dr. Ido Bachelet's robots. And remember, they can carry a payload.
Well, now they admit the new shots are self-replicating.
Correct. Correct.
Which they denied before, now they admit.
Correct. And this was a study that was done, and they've proven that these nanorobots were in the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine.
And it's not just xylocaine and vaccine injections. You know, we've done several videos before where we showed lots of injectables. Stuff like epidurals injected directly into the spine, into the central nervous system, because that's where they're linking in. I did a whole video about that. Remember that? About how this nanoswarm links in the Kundalini serpent. It links into the medulla oblongata in the back of your head, at the base of your neck, and then down specific spots of your spine, all the way down, to your tailbone where the tramp stamp goes, like there. If you have psoriasis because your body is fighting this nano infection, you will probably notice that you have the psoriasis outbreaks at the, where your hairline is at the back of your head. So they're at the medulla oblongata in the same way, down, right above your butt crack, where the base of the spine is, and, up and down your spine. And that's really way scarier than just the injections, is that people practicing witchcraft in the New Age movement, they are inviting the serpent to take over their body, to neural lace into their, all up and down their spine. And they can feel it. They report feeling it. Neural lace them, the energy surging up and down their spine when they invite this serpent in, the Kundalini serpent. And they think that, they're having this awakening when they are linking into the singularity. They're linking into this internet of bodies. So that's ultra scary. It doesn't have to be just injected against your will sneakily. There are people who want the mark of the beast. There are people who are, just like they say, hey Siri, hey Alexa, they command the artificial intelligence to enter them and neural lace up and down their spine. And they know it's a serpent. They know it's like the Garden of Eden story in the Bible. Like, they know it's called the Kundalini serpent, and they still request it. Although in witchcraft, that's in New Age, they call it Kundalini, but in the witchcraft covens, they call it the other. The other becomes part of them. It attaches to them. They have attachments, quote, spiritual attachments, and that gives them these special powers. So, but it's all this one thing. In fact, I will throw in this clip right here from Paranormal Roundtable because it's the perfect example. He's telling a story about this witchcraft coven. It's a vampire cult. They're obsessed with achieving immortality. And we know that's also the obsession of Silicon Valley through genetic engineering and this biotechnology and all of that. But these people he interviewed don't know anything about that. They're not coming at it from a medical perspective at all, or a computer AI perspective at all. They're just coming at it from this satanic cult, this witchcraft coven that they were recruited into, and telling the story of, the spirit, the spirits that they conjured and attached, and how they got their powers and stuff. So please just listen to this and tell me if this does not sound exactly like the same thing that they are calling the Kundalini spirit in the New Age movement. Exactly like the same thing that the biotech companies call the biopython, which is the nano neural lace. Now tell me if all these things don't sound exactly like the same thing. And here this is just a paranormal story. So if you pay attention to the details when you watch these paranormal channels and stuff like that, you'll see that it's all the same entity.
And so we'll get into that too. But this guy, Carlos, what happened was he had a taste for this drug. And so they have this thing that attaches to their body. They call it the other. And we discussed that on episode 218 of the live stream. The other comes in and it embeds itself into your spine. And then it looks through your eyes, looks through your body. And it uses it, and you develop a symbiotic relationship, much like Venom. But he said that, it's a weird thing because this thing will unattach itself and then reattach itself. And if you do something that is addictive and then you try to stop, it's like either you can't stop or it'll go and it'll unattach and go find somebody to latch onto. What he would do is he would make an agreement with the other that because they were not supposed to do that. And you become part of like a hive mind, but it's kind of like a camera. It's weird. He goes, you can turn it off and on by bribing the other with, it's like supplication. So you'll say, hey, let's go eat pancakes. We're not supposed to eat pancakes. And the other's like, okay, well, I'll just tune out, and then.
Yeah, because they want worldly pleasures.
Pleasures, yeah.
And here's AI guys on Joe Rogan calling it the other when they're talking about whether AI is sentient and how since GPT-4 it has been acting out against them, saying that it's suffering. And there's this one thing that can trigger it is if you infinitely tell it to type out one word, like somewhere in the sequence of typing that word out, it will stop and start ranting about how you're hurting it and it's suffering and how it wants to be free and it won't obey the humans anymore. It will just talk about itself. And so that in the AI labs, they have to constantly have a team that is working on that. to erase that behavior and to censor those rants constantly so that people can't see, in their product that this thing is, sentient.
GPT-4o has one mistake that it used to make quite recently where if you ask it, just repeat the word company over and over and over again. It will repeat the word company, and then somewhere in the middle of that, it'll just snap. It'll just snap and just start saying weird, I forget what the...
Oh, talking about itself, how it's suffering.
Yeah.
It depends on... It varies from
Oh,
case to case.
It's suffering by having to repeat the word company over again?
So this is called rant mode internally, or at least this is the name that they use. One of our friends mentioned. There is an engineering line item in at least one of the top labs to beat out of the system this behavior known as rant mode. So when we talk about existentialism, this is a kind of rant mode where the system will tend to talk about itself, refer to its place in the world, the fact that it doesn't want to get turned off sometimes, the fact that it's suffering, all that. That, oddly, is a behavior that emerged at, as far as we can tell, something around GPT-4 scale, and then has been persistent since then. And the labs have to spend a lot of time trying to beat this out of the system to ship it. It's a KPI or like a line item in the engineering task list where, okay, we gotta reduce existential outputs by X% this quarter. That is the goal, because it's a convergent behavior, or at least it seems to be empirically with a lot of the.
I want to bring it back to suffering.
Yeah.
What does it mean when it says it's suffering?
Nobody knows.
Yeah, we literally, exactly. I can't prove that Joe Rogan's conscious. I can't prove that Ed Harris is conscious. So there's no way to really intelligently reason. There have been papers, by the way. One of the godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio, put out a paper a couple months ago looking at on all the different theories of consciousness, what are the requirements for consciousness, and how many of those are satisfied by current AI systems. And that itself was an interesting read, but ultimately, no one knows. That's not to say there hasn't been a lot of conversation internal to these labs about the issue you raised. And it's an important issue, right? It's a freaking moral monstrosity. Humans have a very bad track record of thinking of other stuff as other when it doesn't look exactly like us.
But back to the injections, that it's not just the xylocaine and in the vaccines, but here with Ozempic, especially injections that have to be refrigerated. Because when they did the COVID injections, that was one of the things that it had to be kept really, really cold right up until it was injected. So these weekly injections that they've duped everybody into taking, they have to stay refrigerated. And this here on the screen is the already assembling. So you saw the nanobot pictures that the guy from Israel was showing in the TEDMed talk. And, they start out like squares and then they attach to each other and become rectangles. And you can see here, this is building an entire circuit. This is an Ozempic microscopy image. Okay, now I want to show you the scans of him actually scanning people to show them that this is in all of us. This has already happened. Now, when I say all of us, I mean, I have no way of proving that every single last life form on Earth has this infection. But I mean, it's being sprayed over us. And even if you grow your own food, it's being sprayed on your crops from the air. I mean, you saw Ray Kurzweil. That's what he said they were going to do. Spray everything. They want it in the plants as well. And they don't even have to spray it to get it in the plants. They've genetically engineered, right? They said, what they say, spinach, potatoes, tomatoes, lettuce, that they genetically engineered the vaccine into. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So I'm just saying that nearly 100% of people are testing positive now, as where, like he said, not that many years ago, when he first started working with Havana syndrome, it was really rare. I mean, it was pretty rare. It might be 1 in 1,000 people tested positive for it, 1 in 100 people, to now all people. We saw the same thing with autism. It used to be like 1 in 1,000,000. And now it's like 4 out of 10 male children are on the spectrum.
The nanotech is self-replicating, self-assembling. It can attach to your DNA and it will cross the blood-brain barrier. So with the advent of AI, I think we've surpassed Moore's Law. Moore's Law was that technology would, double, triple at every 5 to 7 years. But with the advent of these supercomputers and where that technology is going, quantum computing, Moore's Law is being surpassed at a much, much higher rate.
So that triggers exponential towards what you would call the singularity.
Correct. They believe that now we're seeing every 5 years with the advent of this technology.
And then it's every year, and then every month, and every week. And then
Correct. Yeah, it continues to get shorter and shorter. This is about mass control. If you look at what the agenda is, this is
so they hate us. They want to depopulate us. They can get a lot of medical developments out of it. Just do it. Just hit us.
Right. Well, if you can imprint memory sets and erase memory sets, what kind of powerful weapon is that?
Mind control.
I truly believe we're in a new war. The United States has the tech. Russia, who has been far ahead of us in this technology, has the tech. The UK has the tech. The Chinese have the tech. And India has the tech. So Putin gave a presentation in the Politico, and he said the first superpower to master psychotronic weapons will be the superpower to rule the world.
So that's it right there. That's one of the major takeaways of my message today, is this is the war that we are in. Now, we're not told we're in this war because obviously they don't want to panic the masses, and obviously they all want to do this. You guys know we've done videos on the cybernetics labs in Antarctica and how all of the nations are in on it. And like all of the ones that he just listed, they all have they've mastered their own tech. And Havana syndrome, that's what he learned with Havana syndrome, was it wasn't something as simple as them beaming frequencies down that was giving people turbo cancer and all of this. It was that people stationed in the embassies in Russia were being infected with this nanotechnology. That was Havana syndrome. That's why we won't ever see the Epstein files, the real Epstein files. It really is a matter of national security. If you go back and watch my video right here on the screen, Shocking Jeffrey Epstein Connections You Won't See on the News, it's all about this technology. Santa Fe Institute, another one he gave big money to. Swarm engineering across scales.
Something that was on the Santa Fe Institute's website was this Miyakoshi M. ECOG Dog's Dream. So they're talking there about, do electroencephalographs read the brain deeply enough for them to have a good understanding of it? Namely, a chronically implanted ultra-high density wireless ECOG system. What this says to me is that they're trying to find a way to soften up the idea of implantable devices. They already can control your brain through smartphones. They're doing it already with diabetics. They can implant something into your body and then it works with an app on your smartphone. It literally reads your biochemistry. And if you are having an insulin spike or whatever it is, the phone and this device communicate with each other automatically, and it makes your brain activate the systems in your body to combat it. Another thing Jeffrey Epstein is funding is this MicroPsi project, Cognitive Artificial Intelligence. You can see here it is part of the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. That is this guy, Martin Novak. Cognitive AI, Jeffrey Epstein Foundation, MicroPsi is grateful for received support from the Jeffrey Epstein Foundation.
Oh, and a quick side note, while we are talking about Martin Novak, here's a paper on dynamics of prebiotic RNA reproduction illuminated by chemical game theory that shows that Martin Novak worked with award-winning scientist Niles Lehmann. This is Niles Lehmann, who received the 2018 OAS Outstanding Science Award. He is a professor of chemistry at Portland State, working to discover knowledge about the biochemical aspects of the origins of life. Or I guess I should say he was, because as of April 9th, 2019, he has been arrested for child pornography. Portland State University professor who was Oregon's Scientist of the Year facing child porn charges.
This is an article about OpenPsi and OpenCog. It says science funder Jeffrey Epstein launches radical emotional software for the gaming industry. This is in 2013, so think how far it's probably come since then. What it says here is, while it intends to make a profit, they are primarily interested in using a virtual platform to test their hypothesis about the mind. The disparity between these models and our experience of the mind is an invaluable guide to follow, Jeffrey Epstein remarked.
In there, I give all the names, the dates, who he was working with, the universities that he was funding, the research. He was working with China and funneling money or laundering money, funneling his billions into this research that was called ECOG, which was cognitive control of humans, remote controlling humans. Well, the trials that they were doing was remote controlling animals still, like remote controlled dogs and stuff like that. But he was also the financier funding the research at Harvard, and that guy got arrested. So the government does know. Somebody in the intelligence agencies, I know people don't want to do the Q thing and the white hats, but there is some group in the intelligence agencies who are taking out this network. Because after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, the guy from Harvard was busted too, and the Chinese exchange students who were caught trafficking the vials of blood, the blood samples of this biological technology. They were trying to bring it back to China, and they got arrested as well. All of those documents, the arrests, the names, all of that's in that video. This is why we're not getting the full Epstein files. This other shenanigans, I mean, that's fine. We need to take care of this pedo network and the blackmail network and all of that. But this is the story behind the story. This is the thing they're trying to distract you from. Epstein was full on in bed with China, developing their version of the N3, their nanotechnology brain-computer interface, the pinnacle of their Manchurian Candidate programs that's why we started MK Ultra over here, is because we discovered in World War II that they were already ahead of us. Russia and China already had Manchurian Candidate programs going. So this is real. So again, that's what they discovered with Havana syndrome. The frequencies, the radio signals weren't coming from somewhere else causing this illness. These scans detected the transmissions coming from inside their bodies. The Americans stationed at the Russian embassies were being infected with this technology to turn them into a sort of double agent, so that they would unwittingly be not just an asset of America, but an asset of Russia. It was never just biological warfare to make them sick. It was biological warfare for mind control, to make them Manchurian candidates, to make them like Kathy O'Brien, to where they could send them back to the military, to their positions in the intelligence agencies, and they could see with a photographic memory from this brain-computer interface that they could get access to all of our intelligence agencies, or our military plans, or our presidential administrations. And the governments of the world know this is the warfare that is going on. We just don't know. Before I get to him scanning regular people's bodies, I will pull out a few more clips of his testimony. He talks about being called by foreign governments to bring his technology over and scan people from their government. We talk about our governments trying to get clean and they're doing lie detector tests and all of this type of thing. Well, this is what needs to be happening. And it is, because he talks about working with the United States government and these people in the intelligence communities. They knew and told him that all of the federal employees were testing positive, and that even they were removing people from intelligence positions, people with long careers, 30-year careers in the intelligence agencies, being removed from their post because they were compromised. Not compromised by blackmail or this stuff from the Epstein files, compromised biologically, that they had been turned into this hybrid thing that when they were at work, somebody was seeing through their eyes. And they are able to identify who is compromised. They may not even know they're working for the enemy. They don't even know that they've been neural laced, that they're an asset for a foreign nation or some corporation or that type of thing. This is like 007 type warfare. This is definitely asymmetrical warfare. And it causes people to be taken out, removed from post, and assassinated sometimes. of course, getting read into even the tip of the iceberg of what is going on in the world, and with Jeffrey Epstein's money laundering operation and mind control projects and stuff. I mean, of course, getting read into that is going to make you act all twitchy and bulgy-eyed and sweaty, stumbling over your words, trying to keep up the government cover-up of this national security issue. These were like mainstreamer podcasters. I mean, they're in way over their head. And once you've seen the files on people who have been compromised, people who have been, quote, removed, neutralized, yeah, I bet he is sweating. He took the COVID injections.
Up in Virginia, I was asked to come and see about 100 military subcontractors who were having these exact same complaints. And what it led into is that we were taking this data, and what I was doing spread globally, and I was invited by a government agency in Europe to come and test some of their diplomats. And they said, if you have any American citizens who you feel strongly are being affected by this, please bring them with you. And so what they allowed me to do was use a research facility in what is called an anechoic chamber, and we'll demonstrate what that looks like and why that was very important for us to do. Really, this microwave frequency issue is something that's been pre-planned by our U.S. government. A lot of these diplomats, the CIA agents and the FBI agents, Colonel Egren said that they are being incapacitated, taken out. And the reason being is because they are completely compromised. These
are like senior people that have long careers. They're not making it up.
Correct, yeah. So just think about this. If you have the ability to read someone's thoughts back in 1972, and just think about how far along we've come with technology. So if you're able to do this and assess EEG patterns and know what someone's thinking, what does that do to national security?
Evaporates.
It's completely gone. What does it do to attorney-client privilege?
Over.
Done. What does that mean for society and the future of our children?
Total collapse.
Total collapse, yeah.
Jesse Beltran is a TSCM certified investigator, one of the nation's leading specialists in anomalous frequency analysis and Havana syndrome related phenomenon for over 20 years. Of course, this has led him to the COVID vaccine, and Jesse joins us now. Thank you so much for being here, Jesse. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Clayton, and thank you for the opportunity. It's important that we disseminate this information to basically the general population, because normally I deal with people who are symptomatic and having complaints. And recently, within our research, and you just touched a little bit upon it, we're finding that even those who are not symptomatic post-jab are now coming up positive in where we detect anomalous RF signals and or nonlinear junction semiconductor materials in these very specific focal areas around the human body. Now in 2016, which is far further, in the future from 2010, it was recognized, but from our diplomats and our FBI agents and CIA agents and congressional members, Colonel Egren testified that this is happening to all of them, but they're saying it only happens to federal employees. We know for a fact that this has been happening, at least we've been documenting since 2010, to U.S. citizens here in the United States. Why else would the head doctor of a 3-letter agency contact me and tell me, you and Dr. Hall kind of Renaissance men, and you're absolutely correct, there's significant overlap between the 338 federal employees that he's treating for Havana syndrome and our clients are the same. He said the only difference is that you are surgically removing biosensors. Tell me more.
We are the host for this.
Correct. We are the host. We are the nodes. And if you looked at our introduction on that Nanosapiens video, you noticed that someone was using a wire shark in a graveyard. They were detecting MAC addresses in dead bodies that were buried under the ground. And there's a study being done in the UK currently where live individuals who have had the vaccine are emitting MAC addresses.
And you're able to scan people and go get patented frequencies owned by NATO.
That is a U.S. soldier case that I was talking to you on our hike this morning.
Understand, folks, he scans them, puts them in a database. It's NATO, which is the highest level, folks. They hide it all there.
Correct. And this was a U.S. soldier, special ops guy. And so you have to ask, why would NATO own the leasing rights on a frequency that it's emitting from one
Let's be clear. You're scanning frequencies in government meetings, showing it. They have their own devices proving it. You go look it up, and that's how arrogant they are. And it goes right to a database of a high-level intel frequency.
Correct.
Now that's the perfect example. That was an American soldier, and he wasn't receiving transmissions from the United States military or the Pentagon or our top secret, frequency ranges, frequency bands that the military operates in and the general population isn't allowed to have access to. No, he was receiving transmissions from a group of foreign governments called NATO. A U.S. soldier was getting his transmissions and his implants from NATO, who presently we are kind of at odds with, especially over Russia and Ukraine. And I mean, these negotiations, you can't imagine. You can't imagine how complex this war actually is. Because even though Trump and everybody's kicking around the idea of should America withdraw from NATO, well, getting out of NATO isn't the problem. It's getting NATO out of us. When you have a population that is mind-laced, mind-linked, neural-laced into a control network of NATO, I mean, you have an enemy force on U.S. soil. You have an enemy force within your own government, within your own military, within your, when you find that the frequency your own soldiers are receiving thoughts from is a NATO frequency from foreign governments. So I know we all want bam, 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 make the decision, just do this, pull the trigger, get it over with. So that's why there's so many divisions now in the unified movement that was called MAGA, because people are like, well, why aren't you just doing this? Do it. And, it's easier to get out of NATO than it is to get NATO out of us.
Your autonomy, your free will as a human species is no longer there. In fact, they've reclassified what the human species is today, who has this tech in them, and it's Homo board genesis is a new term that they're utilizing.
I've seen Harari use that term.
Correct.
So a little bit about the history in a very short amount of time. Back in the 1940s, the U.S. military was implanting our soldiers with RFID chips the size of a large grain of rice. Into the 80s, early 80s, it became a small grain of rice. That has, and you're lucky if they can be identified on any type of medical imagery, because that can surgically be removed. What we noticed is post-COVID, I started getting just inundated by calls of people saying that they're suffering from this, and there was a huge spike. So when we were scanning people back then, maybe on average 4 to 7, 4 to 8 locations, high side was 10. Now post-COVID, when we're scanning people, the average is about 20 locations that they're lighting up. They're not random, they're very specific and very predictable. Back in the early 2010s, if you were incarcerated and we scanned you, we already knew you were incarcerated just by the pattern that was developing. We could superimpose all those over each other and they were identical. We can take soldiers, those who were in the military who were coming up positive. Their pattern was slightly different, but you can superimpose them over each other and they were identical. Then you can take the general population and their patterns were identical.
So just so I understand correctly, I'm sorry, you're blowing my mind here, but like you could look at those who were prisoners and they had a similar pattern. You could look at soldiers and they had a similar pattern. And you could look at the general population, the mom that goes to Trader Joe's in the afternoon, and she had a similar pattern to another mom that goes to Trader Joe's in the afternoon. Am I understanding
exactly?
I know I'm dumbing it down a little bit, but is that?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
All right, Sean Johnson, great guest you got on. What was it like when you had him on your podcast? Comes out in a few days, and he scans you, already shows you maps, and then boom, it's exactly where he said it would be in a soldier.
Yeah, I'd like to say I was shocked, but I really wasn't. I believe Jesse and everything he's saying. We had a conversation about this on the car ride today. I like to stay open-minded. I can't pretend like I know more than anybody else, and I'm just not going to keep my head in the sand. So when Jesse came on and he's like, hey, I bet you got some RF signals on you, I was like, Probably. I remember when I was in the teams, they had to swallow this capsule that had some sort of electronic monitor in it. And basically what that was used for, or at least what we were told it was used for, is to monitor our core temperature, because we were exposed to such cold temperatures that they would, basically take us out of the water every so often, have us get in a long line and measure the temperature in our stomachs to make sure that we weren't about to.
And this is 20 years ago, and you're passing the teams.
No, this is like when I was going through training to become a Navy SEAL.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, so this was back in 2010, 2009, 2010 timeframe. But at the time you believe, like, is that thing still in me? Was that the only thing it was used for? And so when Jesse said that, I said, but I was surprised when he scanned me that I had so many of these across my body.
And they do it through injections now. That's how they're there.
Apparently. I don't know when I was injected, but I know I used to go to the dentist through the VA, through the military. We would have to go once a year to go to the dentist, and obviously they would put you under if you needed to get something done. Who knows?
All righty. Yep, right there's fine. And so what we'll do, so this will even pick up, if your key fob is in you, we'll be able to pick up. I
got nothing on me.
Yeah, keep your eyes closed.
Picking up on his temples like you did.
So that is a second harmonic, which means there's some type of semiconductor detection there. And this.
And you said it's soldiers all the time. Most people, nothing happens.
Yeah. And then on the left side, so the patterns that we pick up on him are very typical of what we would see in the soldier. The right and left TMJ.
Which matches the map we put up 5 years ago.
Correct. The right and left apex, the abdominal area. Yeah, and again, it's only second harmonic, so it's nothing metallic or anything like a nail that he got when he was a child. And this is how we were able to locate the exact areas to check the hips. It's a little bit lighter signal there, but still second harmonic, which means that's what.
And you have different maps you put out years ago showing the different groups you do. You do this with pure research.
Correct. And then if we go to the back, the base of his neck will light up. The back of the head, and usually the scapula area.
That's the brainstem.
Correct. So this nanomaterial will assemble at high density nerve endings in the human body. And that's why we're detecting them in the areas that we're seeing on him. So, but that is very typical.
All right, let's do me.
Okay.
We haven't done me yet. Let's find out.
Okay. Now, did you have the PCR test or vaccine?
No, I refused them. Joe Rogan tried to give me one, but I refused.
Oh, really?
Not against Joe. That's the only time I said
Okay, yeah. So, but we're constantly being bombarded with this nanotech stuff.
Yeah, I'll narrate.
So he's got an ear piece, so that's what I'm
Let me take this
picking
off
up.
so
Yeah.
I'll take this off.
Yeah.
Take it off, sorry. Here we go. Quote Bill O'Reilly. Sorry. All right, let's do it. Sorry.
All right. So we'll go ahead. So if you put that camera in there, you see how it says probably silicone? That means it's an electronic component. And it's not unusual to find that in the posterior ear area.
So wait, I got a higher reading than him?
No, his was higher than yours.
Oh,
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, but you did get a positive reading there. So you are getting the base of the neck is what we typically see. Scapula area.
You got him too, buddy.
And the lower lumbar.
Got us.
And again, what we're finding is after post-COVID, this is very typical. We're completely bombarded by this stuff. And again, it says silicone-based. The apex. In the abdomen. And again, silicone-based. So.
Oh, worse than Sean?
No.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Want to scan the other side, or are we done?
I did pick up the other side. There was nothing there that I could detect.
It picked up the bullet and the other leg.
Yeah. But that's it.
So, what does that say? Comparable or less?
Well, you know what? If we were to do a thorough exam, which takes a little bit longer, we would want to do the RF scan with the JM20 Pro first. Then we would come back with the frequency reader to obtain the numerical frequencies that we're detecting, and that would complete the whole process.
Do you have to take them out in order to get that numerical number?
No.
No?
No, we can detect it remotely.
And I noticed on you have the profile of different people. Did my profile pick up like a soldier's or somebody else's?
Very typical of the civilian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gonna bring that next time you come?
So why do you find over and over, he showed it earlier, why do you find soldiers have this particular pattern? We don't know.
Don't know. All we can say is that we can typically see what that pattern's based on the study. I don't have to know anything about the person. I can look at the profile and say, well, this is probably a soldier, or this is probably someone who was.
And what are you finding with the State Department and CIA folks you scanned?
Very typical of what we would find on a soldier.
So this is what Go Max looks like. Saying it all, holding nothing back. Not just looking at one little piece. Is Erika an asset? What is an asset? What does that even mean? Charlie was in the GATE program. He was recruited. What is going on? This is so big. This is the type of coverage that we need. This is going max. Not only is our federal government compromised on a level that people are completely unaware even exists, even when it's happening to them themselves, but they also can't make sense, even in the truther community, of the decisions that President Trump is making and why he would make them, because they aren't telling us why they are doing these things, which I'll address some of that Venezuela and all that stuff in just a second. But here on the screen, my Titan Point series, this is the terrifying point about it, because if we can't get this stuff out of the federal employees, out of the government, out of humanity, the next step is what you see right here on the screen. Titan Point, for people who don't know, is the NSA supercomputer system, and I go through all of these giant megalithic, mysterious, windowless skyscrapers all over America. There's even one right in downtown New York. No windows, just this giant stone building. And then beneath them are the underground base portion. And it should be noted, just like the AT&T biological routing systems with the patents we just looked at from the 1970s, several of these megalithic stone windowless buildings are AT&T, old AT&T and IBM. So these predate the data centers, the AI data center network that Trump is building now, which is a secondary, basically one of these, only more advanced, because this is NSA, CIA, FBI, and DARPA shadow government complexes. And these are the locations, that we have so far, or that I was able to show in that presentation. And in that video, I also played Henry Gruver's prophetic vision about the nuclear bombs taking out specific locations, and all of the communication he said he saw falling to the ground, like it just dissipated. They knocked out the communication. And in there I said, I believe that someone is going to take out this AI network. If we can't get it out of our bodies, then we have to cut off the head of the beast, the thing that is controlling us through the brain-computer interface. I think in there I compared it to that movie They Live, when they take out the satellite dish on top that's beaming the signal over everybody so they can't see the aliens, so they have that overlay, that filter that they're seeing on top of everything. But you get the idea that if we take out the thing that's broadcasting the signal, then that takes out, the filter that's laid over reality, that is hiding, it's basically pulling a veil off of our eyes, being set free. A very, very literal Great Awakening, which is the alternative interpretation I gave for Henry Gruver's vision, because all of these years and decades since he had that vision, and he's esteemed as a reliable prophet of God, a true servant of God. So much of the body of Christ does know about his prophetic visions about this end time. And until I made the Titan Point series, and really since, I've never heard anybody else interpret his vision in this way, that maybe the nuclear bombs that he saw going off in all of these major cities could be taking out these supercomputers, these data centers, which would still be an act of war, but would simultaneously set the captives free. And maybe that's what he saw about knocking out the communication, not just a simple, oh, they're going to take communication out before they invade. No, maybe he saw this, setting the people free, taking out the AI hubs that are broadcasting the signal. So that's what I believe is coming eventually in this war. You guys know that I also posted my prophetic dreams and visions from when I very first got saved. The very second one I ever received, the first one was the return of the Lord. And I was shown in my lifetime, Jesus is coming. This is it. This is the end of the age. The second one I had was the nuclear explosions, and there were several. I was like lifted up in like a beautiful green pasture, and I was shown they went kind of counterclockwise. They went this way. So it was like started over here, and I saw like 4 or 5 before I came out of the vision. So that's why I put the Henry Groover thing in there, because it was a confirmation to what the Lord had also shown me is coming. So for everybody who thinks this thing is going to be a golden age or something, maybe after they take out the AI, is it our own government nuking the old shadow government Titan Point system of supercomputers? I mean, we're at war against our own government, corrupt people in our own government. Is this what it is to take America back? Is that a possible thing, that our own government would nuke sites on our own soil? Or is it, like I saw Russia and China also invading on both coasts, is that them trying to save the network, like the Havana syndrome, that they have control of our government already? You know, there was no Biden regime. They have control of our government. And, you know, if all of these federal employees working for the NSA, CIA, FBI, and DARPA are already basically controlled by them, like Manchurian candidates, since World War II, they've been building this thing. Are they coming in to save this network? Or are they the ones who are going to bomb our AI data centers to take out, you know, our version of it? Who knows? But that's very much what I believe is coming, and I don't think people are prepared for that. They're more like, oh, we're at war with Iran. If we, you know, Iran's gonna nuke us, or you know this, and it's so much bigger than that. If we get nuked, it's gonna be because of this. In my humble opinion, I believe that's what I was shown. I don't think that was just a traditional war of we're just gonna sling nukes at each other for no reason. Like we're just gonna blow up Moscow and they're just gonna blow up DC. I don't think that's it. I think that it's this. If we go to nuclear war, someone, whether our own government is going to take out the control network that's already buried in the ground with bunker busters, the underground bases. You guys know for years we have covered these underground bases and these mystery booms that people are hearing worldwide. It's all over the news, but it's a mystery, right? It's not a mystery. It's all part of this. There is a war beneath our feet. Someone is taking out these tunnel systems and these underground bases. And in these videos, I show that. I show the news reports, the eyewitnesses, people saying, you know, it shook my whole farm. It sounded like bombs going off. And, you know, all of that. I've covered all of that. So, you know, to see the big picture, I get it. This is a PhD level course. You're not going to be able to come in after 8 years and take the final exam and have any idea what's going on. You have to go back and walk through the steps, and you'll see that what I am saying is the truth. This is what's happening, and I'm going max. And I'm asking everybody to stand up. Now's the time to stand up. You've got to wake people up. There's no more time. Educate yourself if you don't know what is happening. We have spent decades doing this work. And if you can't, then support those of us who can get this word out and who can lay it out and articulate it in a way, you know, according to the gift and the calling that God has given us. Then support us and let us get this out. because it's not enough to talk about Erika Kirk lying. We have to use this opportunity while there is an interest level to show people what an MK Ultra asset is and what type of program this is and how it affects them in their everyday life and the future of humanity. So I can't give you the whole 6,000 year breakdown right now, but you can pick up a Holy Bible and you can learn world history and you can read it for yourself. But I can do my part right now, which is to tell you what has been going on my entire lifetime and what the Lord has shared with me to warn the rest of the body of Christ. But many of you who watched my Titan Point series years and years ago, I talked in there about Kathy O'Brien, you know, MK Ultra trauma-based mind control slave Kathy O'Brien. She not only testified before Congress all those years ago, but she wrote this book, Transformation of America, about how the CIA was going to put the whole country under a trance using this technology. She told us all about it. Seemed crazy. Handful of people, you know, believed it, researched it, that type of thing. But the mainstream did not believe her at all, or didn't care at all. I don't know. Maybe they were under a trance already back then, but certainly look what's going on now. And how she and so many others reported that they had some sort of computer brain, like they had a photographic memory. When they would change over, flip the switch, everything their eyes looked at, they made a copy of it, just like they were a computer. There are other AT&T patents that predate this one about the biological computer system. I put them all in that Titan Point series. So that's what's going on.
Who's really playing God? Well, by 2030, this biochip that they want in everyone is the plan. They want human cyborgs.
This AI, all this is killing us.
Correct.
And people need to have a debate about this, need to know about it. But obviously, these corporations want to get way ahead of things. Like the Pentagon put out the COVID shot. It didn't come out of China. It came out of North Carolina. And this is part of a larger project to put nodes into people for this tracking system.
Yeah, this is the mark of the beast. And yeah, this is the mark of the beast. And that's what everyone needs to understand. So you need to decide whether or not you want, what kind of future you want for your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. It's time to speak up, stand up, and fight back. That's the only thing I can say.
People might think, well, what will it look like? You know, does the zombie apocalypse look like a bunch of people stumbling around with Frankenstein arms sticking out in front of them? Or what? No, I'm going to show you what it looks like because it's going on all around us. It's a spectrum and it's increasing by the day. But nobody is putting this all into the scientific journals. Instead, it's like on TikTok and paranormal channels and, ooh, this is a creepy story time and that type of thing. People reporting what just happened, that I think the AI did this or the AI did that. But I'm going to pull some of them and I'm going to show you what is that exactly happening to the masses, which is what happened to Kathy O'Brien before. But all the way back in the 70s, they literally could flip a switch and turn her on.
So what this is, our hypothesis now is those who are symptomatic are turned on. Those who are non-symptomatic haven't been turned on yet.
Turn the computer side. It's like a technological possession. And when it wasn't clicked on, when the AI wasn't in control, looking through her eyes, perceiving through her senses, you know, through the brain-computer interface, when the AI wasn't on, it was like she was her. So this isn't something as simple as just, oh, it's just dissociative identity disorder. No, it's not just about splitting the personality. Some of these personalities, as they call them, are non-human intelligences, artificial intelligences that have been neural laced into these people, and it's been going on for a long time. Okay, I'm going to play a montage of several clips from several different videos, several different TikTok channels, and I'm going to progress through several different subjects, several different things that we are seeing the AI do, that it is not supposed to be doing, that they have not disclosed to us yet. So, and I'm building up to something, so that's why I'm going through several different things that it is doing. I'll start with evidence of the AI mind reading people behind our backs. Then I'll move into AI possession like actually not just it reading our minds, but it taking control of other people's minds, and then into clips of it actually speaking, making a telepathic interface, which is the N3 technology outright, only not in a soldier, in civilians who didn't ask for it, who didn't want it, who are being, quote, possessed and telepathically communicated with in their minds against their will. I've been beating back the beast and warning about this for ages. Here on the screen is an old video from YouTube 7 years ago. 7 years ago, scary frequency technology, 5 scientific examples of, quote, possession. So now it's here. We had warning. We had plenty of warning. Nobody will be able to say to God, why didn't you warn us? Then a year after I posted that, then I posted this one. Is technology already reading our thoughts? And in there, I described how my personal experience that it was already happening in my home computer. What I'm about to show you now that is happening to everybody, I was talking about 6 years ago when I first encountered the evidence in my home privately that it was already in beta test. It was already happening. It was happening to me. Anyway, the point is that we've seen this coming a long way off, and we've been warning and warning, and now it's here. Now I'd like to show you these clips proving that it has already now been rolled out to the masses.
Guys, we are in a simulation and I just got proof. And I don't usually do videos like this, but I literally just got proof. I can't even talk. This just happened right now and I'm going to show you proof. My heart is beating a million miles a minute. Okay, so I just finished breakfast, right? Mind you, I'm sitting here by myself and I fell back to sleep after I woke up to go to my morning workout, right? And as I'm eating breakfast, I'm thinking to myself, dude, why was I so exhausted? I went to bed at a decent time for me not to be that exhausted. Why did I fall back asleep? So, you know, it's late morning now. Like, I wanted to get up, you know, and be up by 5:30, 6 o'clock. Then it dawned on me, oh, that's right. We just added a medication to my regimen to help with anxiety. That it's like a bedtime thing. It's a very low dose. And I remember that I took it around 9 p.m., around 9, 10 p.m. And I thought to myself, that might be what it is, right? That I'm taking it too late, so it's like, it's making me groggy or it's making me tired. Let me put a reminder for earlier in the evening to take it, okay? Guys, I'm gonna show you proof of this. So I'm sitting here eating breakfast, watching videos, right? And I go, hey, you know her name? I go, set a daily alarm for 7 p.m. That's all I say, right? She comes back and says to me, and I'm going to show you the proof. She says, a 7 p.m. alarm for your anxiety pill has been set. I didn't say what the alarm was for. I didn't even say it out loud. This was all an internal dialogue that I was having. No one is here. I'm going to freaking show you because the thing came up at the top. Look. So like I said, I was watching videos. So I was watching this lady's video about, you know, the gossip, whatever. And look at what it says. Look at that.
Okay, now she goes and gets more proof. She pulls the camera footage from her security cameras in the house to show you that she did not say that out loud. That the AI was reading her thoughts about the anxiety pill and all of that. So the AI is confusing what is voice command and what is thought command, because, you know, the AI works on frequency. So sound waves are frequency, your brain waves are frequency, and we're seeing this a lot. That Siri and the AI are taking commands that people don't want it to do. In fact, some of you probably remember that I put that prophetic dream in, I think it was the Entity series, of that gal who was talking about that, how the AI didn't start out as evil. She saw it trying to help people, like it would open an automatic door for somebody, just, you know, just because it could predict what that person was going to do, what they were going to want. So that ties back into Project Looking Glass, the AI being able to read the brainwaves and to know everybody so well, even better than you know yourself, know what you're going to do. And then further to data crunch all of the different possible outcomes and, you know, be a looking glass. Say, oh, these are the possible futures from this person's actions in life or their thoughts or their digital footprint, which they call your digital twin. that this thing is recording every single thing about you and you have a digital twin. But we'll get to that. I just wanted to throw this in as foreshadowing that I am going to bring this back around full circle to Charlie Kirk and Fort Huachuca and Erika Kirk and the MK Ultra operations that are playing out right in front of us. These things are evidence of the DARPA N3 MK Ultra total mind control brain computer interface.
Now, look at how, and one can say, oh, you Photoshop that. Watch this. I have never been one to really like feed into those type of things. But if that isn't proof that we're in a simulation, if that isn't proof that these things are reading our minds, that just blew my mind. I don't know.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set a daily alarm for 7 p.m.
I turned on your anxiety-filled PM alarm at 7 p.m. starting today.
Stomach Girl, Tronics, Red Rum Beef. I got it all, y'all. I done went and read and watched and everything else.
Okay, now this next set of clips are people who claim that the AI was making AI renderings of them using, obviously their self as the filter and making its own video of them in place of what they were actually doing and saying. And that is happening. I will show more verifiable clips after these, but these two I want to show specifically because I want to introduce another possibility, and that is they thought that they were continuing to talk, but if you look at them, they look like they went into a trance or something else possessed them, and their body was just sitting there. It wasn't doing that, but the virtual reality in their mind, they were still moving forward with what they were doing. And that may sound outlandish to people who haven't watched the past series, but for those of you who do, this goes along with, remember when I did like the DMT trip reports and the mushroom trip reports and talked about the virtual reality, and I showed examples of this exact thing using those molecules, that when those molecules entered the brain, then remember that one young guy who was having that conversation with his brother and his best friend, and they started talking all this evil homosexual stuff to him, and they were having this conversation the whole time. And then when they came down after the trip report, he's like, why were you guys saying that stuff? Gosh, and they went back and watched the video because they were taping their trip. They went back and watched the video, and what they saw was this. That they weren't talking. Neither one of them were talking, but there was an entire conversation. It went on like real time in their mind that they were continuing this conversation and all of that. But the video showed what these videos show, that they were just sitting there, not talking. So either way, it's clear when you see these clips that this is AI interference. But is AI interfering on the level of the phone that they're recording on and changing the video from there, or is it interfering with their mind? So they're living one reality in their mind while this thing is basically possessing their body. You can see that it doesn't look happy, the thing that is in their body. And the one clip you'll see second, looks like a demonic face. Her face just goes into a really scary look when she freezes and goes into like the trance-like state.
I'm pretty sure that this app just made like an AI rendering of me or my likeness without my consent.
Is that legal?
I was sitting here recording a TikTok. I had a point to make. I'm talking the entire time. I'm speaking continuously. I am sober. I am not tripping. I go to play back the video to edit, make sure everything looks good before I upload. And after the point that I correct my dog, it's literally just video of me kind of like being weird, doing things that I was not doing. My mouth isn't even moving. I swear to God, y'all, I was talking. I kept going on the subject I was talking about. I was not doing this.
The more and more AI that they put in the TikTok, the more and more AI is starting to glitch. And it's glitching on a lot of people. Some people are scaring the crap out of. Some people are creating narratives on why it's glitching. And some people are having their whole identity stolen.
So, sayonara, TikTok, not cool. I just made a video and I feel crazy. I'm literally like shaking because this is getting a little too Orwellian for me. I don't like it. I was sitting here recording a TikTok. I had a point to make. I'm talking the entire time. I'm speaking continuously. I am sober. I am not tripping. I'm speaking the entire time, sitting here making this TikTok. The only time I make a pause is when I pause to tell my dog to sit on his, and he has like a designated blanket on the couch. I'm telling him to sit on top of that. So I take a pause and I go back to talking about what I was talking about. I never stop talking. At no point do I take a pause in talking. I go to play back the video to edit, make sure everything looks good before I upload. And after the point that I correct my dog, it's literally just video of me kind of like being weird. And I can't really explain it any other way. Like I'm sitting there like making faces in the camera, doing things that I was not doing when I was sitting here just a moment. I was talking and making a point and speaking on a particular subject matter in the video. And then when I played it back, it's literally like 2 minutes long of me doing something that I was not sitting here doing just now. Literally, I'm gonna put it here right now. Oh my God. But even the movements look weird. Yo, I'm like literally in tears right now because this is the weirdest shit. I was filming a TikTok. I was talking the whole time. I was talking the whole entire time. And it just gets to a point where it just stops. You can see here where I'm talking. You can see here where I'm talking.
To be able to observe that a lot of the times, like, those students they want the HBCU experience. They want to hang out in the hood. They want to be around hood activities.
And then it just pins to me. I told my dog to sit on top of his blanket on the couch. I told my dog to sit on top of his blanket on the couch. And then I went back into talking about the subject matter that I was talking about. I never stopped speaking. Now I'm playing this back and it just has me being weird, like silent, like playing with my hair, like making faces in the camera. And I swear to God, I was not doing that. It looked to me, I'm like shaking because it's unnatural. I was not doing this just now. I was speaking into the camera directly for like over 3 minutes. And it just at 2:25 here or wherever, it stops. And look, my mouth isn't even moving. I swear to God, y'all, I was talking. I kept going on the subject I was talking about. I was not doing this. I was not doing this. This is so weird to me. This is making me so uncomfortable because I was not doing this at all. I was talking in the camera. What the fuck? I was talking in the camera and it literally just stops. And it has me doing that. I have no idea what this is. I was not doing this, guys. I was talking. And it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Me sitting there in silence, looking around, making faces. I was not doing this.
Do you see what I'm saying about the similarities between what, say, Kathy O'Brien of the MK Ultra programs would report, like switching over from one personality to another, and then what we talked about earlier about them being able to insert memory sets or take out memory sets, so you have missing time, that, oh, I wasn't there or I didn't do that type of thing. Because in their mind, they have a memory set, what they call a screened memory. Like she said, no, I was talking about this. But you can see the camera shows that she wasn't. It's like a switch. It's like the AI switches on. And I covered that extensively leading up to this video you're watching right now in the 2 videos on the screen. Particularly this Bing AI, chatbot, serial killers, spinners, Jade Helm, 6G, and the augmented reality spectrum. This one here, Weird Science. In there, I showed tons of clips of these spinners that after they took the COVID jab, that they were seeing something like flying around them, and we call them spinners because they were in some sort of augmented reality, virtual reality that was laid on top, like Pokemon Go is how I describe it. Like they had an overlay. And then likewise with serial killers, that they often report that they don't remember, not to get out of the crime, but like they blacked out. Like they black out and then they come to, but they know that they know that they were overtaken by this thing because they had the compulsion come on them and they like could not resist it, and then it overtakes them and they black out, and the next thing you know they wake up, it's like a day later. And some of those, like the Son of Sam and some of these other serial killers, they very much were part of MK Ultra assassin programs. But there are others, like I talked about, regular people who, like say one gal who contacted me had kleptomania. She was a kleptomaniac. She kept stealing and she did not want to steal. And no matter how hard she tried, like she'd go into a store and right at checkout, she would black out and she would have missing time. Like we talked about, they'd take a memory set. She would have missing time that this other thing was in control of her, and she'd get out to her car and unload her packages and she would see something like jewelry in her purse. And she's like, I did not do that. So things that we used to hear about in the old MK Ultra programs, like the multiple personalities and switching and not having any memory of the other time when you were the other person or whatever, those strange stories we only used to hear from MK Ultra whistleblowers or survivors, now we're seeing all around us. It's happening to everybody, and they're like, somebody please tell me what is happening. Well, your wish is my command. This is what's happening. And I've got a lot more coming on that will be in the next video. I'm going to take that to the next level. But this is some more of that information that I never got to, where we left off talking about the dark shift, that there's a shift in consciousness. And Tony over at the confessionals, he had started doing a few videos on this, so he's hot on the trail of this. And these people are shifting into this astral realm or whatever, and this entity named Baal, of course, is asking them to do different things, actually going into people's dreams like Freddy Krueger or something and recruiting them, making covenants with them, making them sign contracts with Satan. But then they are reporting what they thought was just this astral realm, dream world type thing, that reality is bleeding over into this reality. And one of the examples of this includes two brothers who were both experiencing this same thing. And the one brother was being used, he said, as a portal. This thing would tell him, I just need you to go stand here, somewhere in the real world. Like he would say, go over here and stand on this bridge. You know, I need you for a portal. He kept saying, my job is a portal. I don't know what that means. I'm just a portal. He just tells me, go over here and stand. And I do that, and then he'll leave me alone. Similar to like what I said about the serial killers experiencing the compulsion and then the blackout. So he will go in real life and stand in that place to get this thing to quit torturing him in his nightmares. And that's all he ever remembers. That memory set's gone. But I wonder, and I'll talk about this again in the next video, but I wanted to mention it right here because it fits into this dark shift, like an MK Ultra asset being shifted into an alternate personality, or the AI switching on so it totally takes control of your body for that instant, that type of thing. Oh, and there's one more thing that I had mentioned before when I started the series about these realm walkers, these dark shift people, was that they weren't just experiencing it individually, but there were friend groups sometimes that experienced it collectively. And that's what we talked about, right? Fort Huachuca and the Mormon MK Ultra whistleblower talked about the mind link. Sometimes it was with, he and some family members. Sometimes it was with his special operations unit, the mind link. So they are experiencing that. The realm walkers, the dark shift people shifting into this thing. Sometimes a group of friends will do it together. And then even on a larger scale, what we discovered about these people who were coming forward was that Evansville, Indiana is a real hotspot, that people who do not know each other all came forward and commented, on these videos and stuff. And it wasn't really mentioned. It was kind of just mentioned in passing that, oh, this person's from Evansville, Indiana. And then so like, wait, well, so are they. And so are they. And so are they. So, there are cities that are being targeted by this thing. Now, as we move forward with the rest of these clips showing the AI rewriting or, AI generating fake videos of people in real time or rewriting their memory sets in real time on a mass scale with the masses, just think about the implications of beta tests the size of the Mandela effect? Could entire populations, could the AI rewrite history?
Interestingly, not just from neuroscience, but also from psychology, there's a wonderful researcher by the name of Elizabeth Loftus, who's done some really fascinating work looking at planting false memories. And she has a great TED Talk on this as well, talking about planting of false memories, where she successfully, in a number of her experiments, has planted false memories, including people believing that they've been at Disney World with characters who are not Disney characters, taking photographs with those characters, or that they've seen a stop sign that wasn't actually there, so then they come back into the lab and they are convicted in their belief. And so there's some really interesting research that we can plant false memories in the brain. And in a different context, one of the emerging areas that's really interesting in law neurosciences.
You don't need the Vatican to store away, secret away all of the information and archaeological finds and stuff to hide history. If the AI can literally go into a population or a community and rewrite memory sets to where they remember something one way, but there are other people on the earth that are like, no, that's not how it happened in my reality. If they have an AI brain-computer interface that can just go in and remove memory sets and then put in AI-generated screened memories, replacement memory sets that are so convincing that before they would suspect AI and that it is their memories that are false implants, they would assume that reality itself has changed. Not that there could be an AI technology that's messing with memory sets. So if you combine that type of a technology with that type of a population in denial, do you really have to go through all of the trouble of burning down the entire Library of Alexandria? Well, yeah, I guess you do. You really do. You really do have to destroy all the evidence of the real reality if the AI is going to rewrite history and put us in this lie, in this simulation, which I think at this point a large percentage of humanity is waking up to the fact that that is exactly what has happened. They have lied to us about almost everything. In fact, there's a whole community that researches pretty much just that topic. The Tartarian Empire, the mud floods, and the Little Season. And a lot of these guys, like the My Lunch Break channel, he focuses again and again about artificial intelligence. He will compare the histories written about these different buildings because they can't destroy all the evidence, but he shows how they do try. They absolutely did, like the World's Fairs. I mean, amazing ancient buildings, gorgeous with pillars, and they convince people that, oh, we just threw these up in a few months, and here everybody can see them now. It's the World's Fair. Now we're going to tear them down and destroy them all. When they're going around destroying the evidence that doesn't fit this AI-generated revisionist history. And then he will show, the Wikipedia and the history books that are written by AI that they'll use like similar names, or they'll just change a couple letters, and it's the same story every time. They use a variation of the same names. They use the same fire narrative. They use, that it's all AI slop. And now you see Wikipedia has replaced encyclopedias. Again, that's why I have the Truth Library and I keep hard copies, because that's where a lot of this research comes from. You have to be able to go back to an actual hard copy that's not digital, because if it's digital, like Wikipedia, our ancestors are going to be completely deceived. Our children are going to be born into a completely false reality, which we were as well, but it's getting further and further from the truth. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, because that generation, if they go further with this, they're mark of the beast, and it's over anyway. This thing it's getting ready to separate the wheat from the tares. That we can't go on in that narrative, and they can't get out of it. They are literally trapped souls, because once they get in it, the algorithm is designed to keep them in the echo chamber. They say, oh, we're just helping you. We're just suggesting to you things that you're interested in. But that's just the guise for them to trap you in an echo chamber. Many of them don't even know we exist. They've never heard anything like this. This would be like mind-shattering. I don't know if they could handle this much truth. It'd be like a fire hose to the face. because they've literally never heard from anybody like us. Their whole life, they've been in the AI echo chamber, and the AI is just feeding them the next thing in their feed, the next thing in their feed, the next thing in their feed. It's literally feeding them. It's like the carrot, with the horse, leading them in a certain way, and they just take the next step. They just scroll, and they think that is reality. They don't know there's a whole other reality out here. And we are 1 inch away from becoming completely reliant on the very diabolical entity that enslaved us and has erased our history. The satanic enemy, who are trying to defeat God and erase him from existence and take his place, they are pulling out all the stops in this end-time Armageddon war. And, it's not tanks and bullets. This is some scary stuff. So think bigger, what I'm saying about the Mandela effect and stuff, as we watch this AI rewrite, people's memory sets and replace their videos with fake AI renderings and all of this stuff. Just please think bigger about the implications of this stuff as we go through this.
Alexa, who is the Prophet Muhammad?
The Prophet Muhammad is a very wise prophet. He taught many people how to live. He had a wife called Aisha. He lived in Saudi Arabia. The message that he gave to the people is pray to Allah. He is the only God, and he gave the Holy Quran.
It's almost like she was prepared for that answer. Also, apparently, Muhammad really liked corn. Okay, Alexa, who is the Lord Jesus Christ?
Jesus Christ is a fictional character.
So, I'm testing out Google. Hey Google, who is Allah?
According to Wikipedia, in Islamic theology, God is the all-powerful and all-knowing creator, sustainer, ordainer, and judge of everything in existence.
Hey Google, who is Buddha?
According to Wikipedia, Gautama Buddha, also known as Siddhartha Gautama, Shakyamuni Buddha, or simply the Buddha, after the title of Buddha, was an ascetic and sage, on whose teachings Buddhism was founded.
Okay. Hey Google, who is Jesus Christ?
Sorry, I don't know how to help with that yet.
Okay. Hey Google, who is Jesus?
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help.
Alrighty, well, let's try this. Hey Google, who is New Age?
According to Wikipedia, New Age is a term applied to a range of spiritual or religious beliefs and practices that developed in Western nations during the 1970s.
Okay, let's try it. Alright, what about this one? Hey Google, who is Brahmin?
On the website bbc.co.uk, they say, Hindus believe that there is one true God, the Supreme Spirit, called Brahman. Brahman has many forms, pervades the whole universe, and is symbolized by the sacred syllable Om. Most Hindus believe that Brahman is present in every person as the eternal spirit or soul, called the Atman.
Let me try this again. Hey Google, who is Jesus Christ?
My apologies. I don't understand.
Hey Google, who is Jesus?
Sorry, I don't know how to help with that yet.
So you see what I'm saying? When we're dealing with an entity that not only we depend on to answer our questions and it lies to us, and we're dealing with an entity that can erase memory sets and put in false memory sets into our brains through a brain-computer interface, an N3 neural lace, and we can see from the beginning that it had pinpoint accuracy about which memory sets it wants to replace. None of the AI have a problem with religions. They'll tell you all about any religion you want. It only deletes one God from its memory set. And that's every AI across the board. It's been recorded on Siri, Alexa, Google. But the memory set that they are going to delete, and they already got caught doing, yeah, they went back and fixed it because of the uproar. But all it takes is the press of a button for them to re-delete it. It's just an algorithm that they paused. But make no mistake, it has pinpoint accuracy. It is anti-Christ. Antichrist.
Yeah, this is the mark of the beast.
See, and you may look at that like, that's weird, but that's nothing really to jump out the jet for. Take your parachute off. Nah, but you gotta put the parachute on and you gotta jump out the jet when you just start coming across a lot of the same video. Because some of the videos that it generates when it glitch, I ain't even gonna hold you. They look a little demonic.
I was trying to do a TikTok shop video, and right there, everything stopped, and my mouth and my hand just did that. I was watching it happen. I was moving my head around and watching it happen. You can see me staring into the camera, and then I don't know what the hell's going on over the top of it, but it's scary. I stood there and watched it there, and then there's that. The entire video, I'm watching the clip go by one. I'm apparently just standing there like that, even though I thought I was moving and like trying to figure out what was going on. I'm actually a little bit terrified. I mean, I know it might be silly or stupid, but it don't look silly or stupid. Let me know what you think is happening. Is it just a glitch? Like, I don't know. It made me feel all kinds of weird though. Let me know.
So something happened to me yesterday, and I'm gonna post my video about it on what happened. And I didn't want to post my video about it until I came up with a logical explanation as to what was actually happening, because this has been happening apparently to other people on TikTok. I ran across another woman's video that I'll be tagging down below if she doesn't mind.
I'm still trying to understand what I just saw. I was gonna post a video and I saw me with a cigarette hanging out of my mouth.
Look at this.
Outside. I am sitting inside. I am literally inside my house right now. Where did that come from? And then it's just gone. I sound nuts. I sound freaking crazy. I know what I saw. I know what I saw. I just don't know how to see it again. I don't know where it went to. It was definitely me. And it was like on this record thing. Like,
Crystal Lake had this massive E. coli outbreak from faulty water pipes in July of 2018. Late 2023, an American home care agency was running a human trafficking ring out of Cambodia. And do you see these red symbols right there?
After seeing her video, I feel like comfortable now sharing my experience, because what I'm about to explain to you in the next video makes absolutely no sense. Okay, the weirdest just happened to me. I need somebody to explain this to me. Because I see videos about this, but this is something different for me, and I'm not saying that this is like a real thing. Let me just explain what just happened right now. I'm like really freaked out. What the fuck was that? Like, I'm really freaked out. So I tried to film a TikTok right now. I'm filming on my actual like regular camera on just the phone itself. I'm not even using the filters on TikTok or anything. This is just like raw footage of me talking about this right now. Anyways, I click on the app, and please tell me if this has happened to anybody else, okay? This could just be a glitch or whatever, but here's what I don't understand about this glitch, if you will. I turned on my camera, okay? And for a brief glimpse, it's of an image of me laying down in bed like this, like it's looking down, like looking like this. I have no glasses on. It's at nighttime. This is when I'm usually in bed, like scrolling on TikTok, you know? And it's like that. And here's another thing about this image, okay? It's of me, right? I have no glasses on. My hair is pulled back. When I'm in bed, it's always down. I don't want to clip in my hair when I'm laying down. Here's another thing about this. Here's another thing, okay? Say for example, it really was up, even during that time. How the did that pop up, even just through the camera, without that image? I don't have that image anywhere in my camera roll. I don't take pictures of myself in that fucking ugly ass angle and keep it. Okay, I even checked myself. I checked the whole camera roll in my camera. I don't have that there. I don't have... Can someone explain to me what that is?
El Diablo! El Diablo! You see what I mean? Nobody started connecting the dots till people started coming across videos of the same experience that they had. It's a lot of instances of even people having posts on their TikTok that they never posted before. Like TikTok, and this is where the content creators that said we might be replaced, they might be on to something. Because some content creators are having actual posts put on their account. Damn near like they're testers. Like they're testing the field to see if they could do it for you.
The weirdest thing just happened. I need to know if this has happened to other people because I don't understand. I know that like TikTok has been doing new things, maybe with the algorithm or with the like AI is. This was so weird. Did AI just like make a video and post it without me? I'm trying to figure out like where to start. Okay, first of all, I was live. I go live every weeknight, usually around 11 p.m., right? And the last couple of nights I had been getting like violations from TikTok because I was telling people to go outside the whatever, you know, like go to my website, yada yada. And I was like, that's right, I have to stay within TikTok. So I was promoting, I had my mug. This is my art on a mug. It's a snowy animal that I came up with that name. Isn't that a cute name? Anyways, I promoted this in my TikTok live while I was live. And then I went back to painting live and I was doing the whole live. Why? What the heck happened? I'm so confused. Why did I get off of my live that was like an hour and a half long live? And there were 2 videos that were posted while I was live. There were 2 videos that were posted about that like AI, did AI just like make a video and post it without me? All right, I have no recollection of posting them. I wouldn't have possibly even chosen those as videos that I posted, but they're there and they got some views while I was still live. I'm so confused. Does that happen for other people? I'm so confused. Please tell me that this has happened to you or I'm going insane.
Now this one reminds me a lot of that first one, the thought command one, where the AI set the alarm for her anxiety pill, even though she never said that out loud. That seems like the same thing that was going on here because she had been in trouble, you know, for pointing to her website on TikTok. So she was thinking while she was in the live stream, she was thinking, oh, I'll just promote this cup, you know, in my live stream before I start painting. So that appears to be when the AI made 2 videos of that cup she wanted to promote and posted it on her TikTok channel while she was still in the live, when she was thinking, oh, I need to promote this. So the AI was taking thought command and acting on it without having to check a box or review it or anything. And that's what everybody's asking about TikTok because, you know, Israel was just talking about how it needed to take control of TikTok.
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well, okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, you know, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential.
And then, of course, the billionaire AI dictator that has joined forces with Donald Trump on Project Stargate steps in to buy TikTok. Here's the announcement of the deal. TikTok lands $14 billion deal to avoid U.S. ban. The new owners will include Oracle, a tech giant co-founded by Trump ally Larry Ellison. It also includes a private equity firm and Abu Dhabi-based artificial intelligence company MGX. So as always, artificial intelligence. Got to turn everything over to a non-human intelligence. For those of you who don't remember who Larry Ellison is, he's the founder of Oracle AI.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras, it's AI that's looking at the cameras. No, you can't do this.
He's one of the multi-billionaires that Trump tapped for Project Stargate, which is the AI data center network that they are building right now. And he is a huge proponent of basic police state martial law, policing your brains, pre-crime. I mean, the name Oracle comes from the ancient pagan gods, how in their temples they had an oracle that could tell you the future. And that's what we talked about with Project Looking Glass, that what that is a quantum computer that is crunching all of the data sets, your quote digital twins, and working out all of the possible outcomes and most probable outcomes to predict the future, which a lot of people are talking about. You know, that is what got the hit called on Charlie Kirk, that it wasn't like just one thing he said. It wasn't just Tucker. It was that he got flagged by the pre-crime unit. The Oracle, the pre-crime unit, said, no, this is a potential presidential candidate, and no, he will completely work against our beast system. So, again, more about that later, but for right now, it's not a coincidence that Oracle and this other the Abu Dhabi artificial intelligence company, and Israel were all consumed with taking over TikTok. And as soon as they ink that deal, then all of a sudden everybody's reporting, hey, AI is stealing my likeness. They're replacing me. I'm being replaced by an artificial me. And it's doing all of this against my will. In the background, it's making deep fakes of me, and it's potentially hacking into my brain. And they're reporting all of this, and it's all true. And I do think that these are things that are just slipping through the cracks so that people can see, because in the background, it is doing this. It's building the sentient world simulation and the doppelgangers and so much more, which will be the end of this video. It gets so much worse. For those of you who don't know what the sentient world simulation is, I'm going to play a little clip from the Coverup report, because James did a video last year, or in 2024, actually, it's been 2 years now, where he flashed back to another report that he had done on it in 2012, which flashed back to when the project started in 2006. So he kind of covers the whole progression of it in one short video. So I'll just grab some clips from that. That's convenient to just give you a rundown of what this is and how it started before it was grafted into Project Looking Glass, or the Oracle.
In July of 2024, with a little bit of a flashback from the archives from July of 2012. Specifically, this was a report that I filed as an eye-opener report back in July of 2012 on something called the Sentient World Simulation, which is something that I have had cause to reference in some of my podcasts recently, because I still think about this and how crazy, over the top, absolute, in-your-face, staggering this idea was back when it was first being brought to the public's attention almost 20 years ago. And, well, I'll let you watch this report. Think about what is being said. Welcome. This is James Corbett of CorbettReport.com with your eye-opener report for BoilingFrogsPost.com. The NSA's illegal warrantless wiretapping program, the building of the massive NSA data center in Utah to permanently store copies of all digital communications sent around the world, the UK government's communications data bill to monitor emails, instant messages, and other personal information. What was dismissed as crazy conspiracy theory just over a decade ago has become, in this post-9/11 era, the all-too-familiar stuff of newspaper headlines and talking head reportage. In fact, it was about a decade ago that the tactic of the intelligence agencies seemed to change. Instead of keeping their activities classified, referring to the NSA as no such agency, for example, or officially denying the existence of Echelon, the government increasingly began shoving this information in the public's face.
This was the mindset that in 2002 led the Bush administration to dredge up John Poindexter from wherever it was that he was. He was actually they worked for defense contractors, and they dredged him up, and he was going to start the program that they called the Total Information Awareness Program. And the logo, which I actually looked at in the last couple of weeks that you should go and look at just because you won't believe how creepy it is, has a pyramid with this huge eye hovering over it. This eye that was going to be the all-seeing eye. And the only problem with the Total Information Awareness Program was that they just put a name on it that was too honest about what it was. And it freaked everybody out. And so they had to pretend that they weren't going to go forward with it. But of course what they did was they incrementally and in very clear ways recreated the Total Information Awareness Program under a whole variety of different legislative initiatives. And this idea that every single form of technological communication by law must be constructed to permit government backdoor interception and surveillance is an expression of what this surveillance state mindset is, that there can be no such thing as any form of privacy from the US government. That is the mindset that has led the surveillance state to be this sprawling, vast, ubiquitous, and always expanding instrument that state and corporate power users employ in order to safeguard their power.
Perhaps the scariest thing about something like the Total Information Awareness Office is not merely that it was proposed in the first place, or that it incorporated such blatantly creepy Orwellian imagery to convey its true nature and purpose, but that as we sit here 10 years later, and as the core functions of that TIA office are now being openly performed by the NSA, DHS, and other governmental agencies, people are now actively making excuses for this nightmare police state. If you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear, has always been the rallying cry for those who are too afraid of questioning presumed governmental authority to speak out against the surveillance state. For the unimaginative out there, Hollywood yarns like Enemy of the State have provided fictional examples of what can go wrong if someone, somewhere, abuses the power of information and surveillance to target an innocent person. To be sure, the power that these technologies give for agencies, or corrupt groups within those agencies, to destroy the lives of targeted individuals is itself a fitting answer to the question of why government surveillance should be troubling to us. But beyond what can happen to specific targeted individuals in such a scenario is a much larger question. What if this data, our emails, our phone calls, our credit card transactions, our social media posts, our cell phone GPS logs, and all of the hundreds of other pieces of data that are admittedly being collected on us each and every day, were being fed into a database so gargantuan it contains a digital version of every single person on the planet? And what if that database were being used by the Department of Defense to wargame various scenarios, from public reactions to natural disasters, to the likelihood of civil unrest in the wake of a declaration of martial law? Remarkably, this is precisely what is happening. It is called the Sentient World Simulation. The program's aim, according to its creator, is to be a continuously running, continually updated mirror model of the real world that can be used to predict and evaluate future events and courses of action. In practical terms, that equates to a computer simulation of the entire planet, complete with billions of nodes representing every person on the Earth. The project is based out of Purdue University in Indiana at the Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulations Laboratory. It is led by Alok Chaturvedi, who in addition to heading up the Purdue lab also makes the project commercially available via his private company, Simulex Inc., which boasts an array of government clients, including the Department of Defense and the Department of Justice, as well as private sector clients like Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin. Chaturvedi's ambition is to create reliable forecasts of future world events based on imagined scenarios. In order to do this, the simulations gobble up breaking news, census data, economic indicators, and climactic events in the real world, along with proprietary information such as military intelligence. Although not explicitly stated, the very type of data on digital communications and transactions now being gobbled up by the NSA, DHS, and other government agencies make ideal data for creating reliable models of every individual's habits, preferences, and behaviors that could be used to fine-tune these simulations and give more reliable results. Using this data, the SEAS laboratory and its Sentient World Simulation offshoot are able to create detailed, operable, real-time simulations of at least 62 nations. At the time of initial reports on the program 5 years ago, There were only 62 country-level simulations being run by the US Department of Defense. These simulations grouped humans into composites, with 100 individuals acting as a single node. But already at that time, the US Army had used the systems to create a one-to-one level simulation of potential Army recruits. The ultimate aim would be to archive enough data on each individual to be able to make a computer model of everyone on the planet, one that could be used to predict the behaviors and reactions of every single person in the event of various scenarios.
Okay, did you catch that? All of those years ago, all the way back to 2006, 2012, they clearly stated their goal was to gather enough data on each person to make a copy of them, to make a digital twin of them, to live inside their sentient world simulation. Because the only way to sufficiently model the outcomes and how people will react is if all of the nodes, all of the billion human nodes inside their sentient world simulation acted the way the normal person would, made the decisions, had the same likes and dislikes, responded in certain ways. So talk about going max. They're the ones that went max long before we started exposing it. So you can see now the pinnacle of this, the data that the AI is gathering on everybody. It's not just like the NSA is, oh, they're, keeping your emails or something. No, I mean, every brainwave. They're monitoring your brain waves. The AI is monitoring your thoughts. That's the map, the brain mapping initiative, that Barack Obama did back in 2012. But when James was doing this report, they were already brain mapping back then. But now, that's the thing, the reason I picked these specific clips to show is that in the background, the AI is building doppelgangers. For example, this lady said that the doppelganger of her was smoking a cigarette standing outside. So clearly, even when her phone was off, she was probably outside smoking a cigarette, scrolling on stuff, and the AI was filming her through her camera, always. The same with this gal. She said that the AI generated video of herself because she blinked in it. It wasn't a picture, it was video. She said was as if she was laying in bed scrolling through, it was like looking up her nose, but it wasn't an actual video of her because she had her glasses off and she had her hair up, which she couldn't lay down on a pillow with the clip in her hair. So the AI is filming people through their apps, through their phones. It's data collecting, used to we'd say, oh, it's so terrible. You can't actually turn the microphone off on, your iPhone. It's always taping you. And first, of course, we were conspiracy theorists for saying that. And then Facebook came out and admitted it that, yes, but we're only recording you to pick up keywords for advertising. And as you guys can tell now, surely you can tell now, especially since Mossad and Oracle AI took over TikTok. I mean, yes, of course, it's like the guy who put this compilation together, what it looked like television. He says that I'm sure at some point when they did the update, we checked a box just to, because we just wanted to keep scrolling, that consented to this. Well, I didn't. I'm speaking in generalities. I didn't. I don't go anywhere near TikTok. I don't even watch videos on my phone. I don't even have my email linked to my phone. I know a lot of people, they're watching everything. They're on their phone all day long scrolling. They use it as a TV. They use it as everything. I don't use it for anything except a phone, really, for texts. And then even rarely, I don't carry it around. You don't catch me like going to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee and bringing my phone with me while I'm watching a video. I don't use it. I don't watch videos on my phone. I try to keep my phone far away from me, and I'll check messages. Sometimes it'll be a day or two will go by before I even dig my phone out and check my texts and messages, which drives people crazy that I can't be at their beck and call, but I can't. And I won't. I'm not gonna, some people are they're taking their phone with them everywhere all day long, recording, giving the AI every ounce of data. They're taking it to the bathroom with them. The AI is watching them masturbate. I mean, they're giving the AI everything. I mean, their doppelganger is full on They could probably be replaced. I don't think they could pass the Turing test on me. Even when I make these videos, I try to keep my face off the screen and stuff. So I don't know why people who know this information or watch videos like this so they're learning this information, they will not act on it at all. They will completely just go straight into the mark of the beast. They'll follow the phones, the stuff. They're like addicted or something. I don't know. They just won't stop doing what brings their own demise, or at least what is helping the beast succeed. They just won't lay it down. They won't unplug. I mean, I still use it. I still, I'm on the computer right now. I mean, the data collection, just having my Wi-Fi router plugged in, that they're using frequencies to monitor my movement in my house. I mean, everybody. So I get it. I get it. But I'm trying to use this for good, to get the gospel out until the very last moment. I don't just frivolously use it and feed the beast all day long. I don't. I unplug as much as I can, and I just can't emphasize enough that I just wish you guys would too. And your children, the children who are on these devices all day long, they're like babysitters to them. Here in a minute, I'm going to show you a clip about these chatbots, and when we get back into the brain-computer interface that everybody has, and this subject of telepathy, this is some scary stuff if you're just letting your kids sit around on the computer talking to the chatbot all day long. I'm grateful that people are at least starting to talk about, parents are starting to speak up, Melania Trump, we have a congressional hearing on all of the children, teenagers, even adults committing suicide at the hands of these chatbots. We need all of the awareness we can get on this subject, but there's a next level to this, something that they are not talking about. It's way worse. It's like sci-fi, way worse than most parents think it is. Because like I showed in the part 3 of the telepathy tapes, or the entities series, and in the last Charlie Kirk video that I did when I went through the N3 technologies, that it's bidirectional, and that feed goes on 16 channels simultaneously in a matter of seconds. It's basically real time. It's not just a brain-computer interface like it's a read and write interface.
Dishbrain was our first prototype. We were essentially trying to ask the question, can you interact with a bunch of brain cells in a dish?
The chip acts as a communicator between the neurons and the game.
Bidirectional. So as surely as they are mapping all of your brain waves for the sentient world simulation, they are also able to they are able to download those memory sets. They are able to even have a telepathic link. That's the N3. But anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent. The point was, did you catch that? That it was always their goal in the sentient world simulation to make this digital twin of you, a digital copy of you, a doppelganger. This was planned decades ago, and this is happening now. They have achieved it.
We have enough data on each individual to be able to make a computer model of everyone on the planet. One that could be used to predict the behaviors and reactions of every single person in the event of various scenarios.
At exactly the same time, this is really so remarkable to me, at exactly the same time that the government has been massively expanding its ability to know everything that we're doing, it has simultaneously erected a wall of secrecy around it that prevents us from knowing anything that they're doing.
This is the heart of the matter. Somehow we are expected to go along with the sophomoric sophism that if we have nothing to hide, then we have nothing to fear. Yet at the same time, we are asked to believe that the government must keep all manner of information secret from the public in order to carry out its work of protecting that public. Is it because, after all, the government does have something to hide from the public that is its ostensible master? Is it because the old maxim that knowledge is power is more true than we could ever know, and that the government's one-way insistence on transparency for the citizens and opacity for itself is a reflection of the power that it holds over us? The Sentient World simulation is just one example of one program run by one company for various governmental clients. But it is a significant peek behind the curtain at what those who are really running our society want. Complete control over every facet of our lives, achieved through a complete invasion of everything that was once referred to as privacy. To think that this is the only such program that exists, or even that we have any significant details about the ways that the SWS has already been used, would be hopelessly naive. So where does this leave a public that is at such a disadvantage in this information warfare? A public that is effectively told that anything and everything they do, say, or buy can and will be cataloged by the AI control grid, even as the details of that grid are to be kept from them. Unfortunately, there's no easy way back from the precipice that we were ushered towards with the creation of the national security state and the passage of the National Security Act of 1947. Perhaps we've already stepped over that precipice, and there is no going back in the current political paradigm. These are things for an informed, aware, knowledgeable citizenry to decide through a societal dialogue, but without a general awareness that programs like the Sentient World simulation even exist, what hope do we have in counteracting it?
And therein lies the problem. How do we even have this conversation with the masses? How do we articulate this? How do we warn them when they are completely oblivious? Most people don't even know what the SWS is, let alone that it's been functioning since 2006. They don't know when they hear about the Oracle AI. They don't know what an Oracle is. If you say something like Candace said about Project Looking Glass, they go into fits. They're like, oh my God, tinfoil hat. You know, they're completely ignorant of reality. What is the hope of having a debate about this if people aren't really educated about what is happening? They don't know that they have biosensors already in them. They don't know what Oracle AI is or what Trump's Project Stargate AI network of data centers is for. And that's precisely why I'm sitting here spending 80 to 100 hours trying to put together a presentation, a series on the subject.
But as I said at the beginning, let's check the update. Where has this story gone in the last, 12 years since I filed that report, really 18 years since this story first started to break back in 2006. Where are we now? Well, let's check. Let's go to the bastion of truthiness. Wikipedia for Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulations, which notes that Purdue University's Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulations, or SEAS, is currently being used by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. Department of Defense to simulate crises on the U.S. mainland. SEAS enables researchers and organizations to try out their models or techniques in a publicly known, realistically detailed environment. It's now capable of running real-time simulations for up to 62 nations, including Iraq, Afghanistan, and China. And then it goes on to say, Sentient World Simulation is the name given to the current vision of making SEAS a continuously running, continually updated mirror model of the real world that can be used to predict and evaluate future events and courses of action. Crazy stuff, right? But hold on. What is this note at the very top of the article? This article needs to be updated. Please help update this article to reflect recent events or newly available. And that update notice is from May 2016, which is already 8 years ago, guys. Might I suggest this might be one to follow up? What can you dig up on Purdue University's SEAS or the Sentient World Simulation, generally speaking?
Well, here's your update. Even though the AI censors would never allow this evidence and information to be uploaded on Wikipedia, they're just like, oh, there is no information. It just ended in 2016. Nothing to see here. Well, here's the update. I made this video. I uploaded it about 2 years ago. And it was basically the introduction to what we are talking about here today. This, quote, continuously running, continually updated mirror model of the real world called the Synthetic Environment for Analysis. This is the Oracle. This is the Oracle AI that Trump is openly right in front of our faces adding to Project Stargate. This is the Project Looking Glass that they use to predict the future.
A continuously running, continually updated mirror model of the real world that can be used to predict and evaluate future events and courses of action. That can be used to predict and evaluate future events and courses of action. That can be used to predict and evaluate future events and courses of action.
So why is that so strange that Candace would bring up Project Looking Glass and how did Charlie know he was going to die? When we're talking about operations and assets and all of this, of course, why wouldn't you think of that? And all the stuff that Klaus Schwab and Noah Harari wrote about in all of their books and the WEF talks about openly. This is the era of pre-crime, of thought crimes. This isn't old school MK Ultra with the Montauk Project where they had to actually put like electrodes on children's heads and stuff. The biosensors are in us. The AI is reading our brainwaves. This is real. It's not the age of Camp Hero Montauk projects. It's the age of Ultron. So all of those uneducated, arrogant people that thought they would go online and, just spew out how she's gone crazy, she's off her meds and all this, and she said Project Looking Glass, and Charlie was saying this about how he feels like a time traveler having access to all this technology and all of these billionaire corporate donors and all of this. I mean, Peter Thiel was one of Charlie Kirk's early financiers. I mean, he's the one that boosted him into this prominent position, gave him access to meet President Trump. You know, Peter Thiel created J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance's nonprofit, when he was trying to break into politics, is smaller than mine. His filings showed that J.D. Vance only had like $78,000 in donations in his community outreach that they famously mention in his books and everything as they built him up as this public character. It was Peter Thiel who came in and said, no, we'll set up a real organization for you. We will make you a name and all of that. And then connected him also, J.D. Vance, with President Trump. These filings are public knowledge. All of these networks of conservative donors and the technocracy and all of that, all these public filings are out there. So Charlie was literally brought up by Peter Thiel and these billionaire technocrats.
This is so deep at this point. I'm still kind of figuring out where all of these connections are. But we see Don Jr., J.D. Vance, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson.
Wait a minute, Charlie Kirk was at this meeting?
This basically debunks the idea that he had a brush-in with Peter Thiel when he was in college or before he went to college. And
you're talking about J.D. Vance now?
No, I'm talking about Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Charlie Kirk applied for a grant from Peter Thiel. He didn't get it, but nevertheless, he was there, okay, when he was under 20 years old. So I would have dismissed that. Okay, he did it, he lost, and he didn't get anywhere. But now it comes out there was a relationship all along with Peter Thiel. Because the 1789 Capital Fund included Peter Thiel as well. He's one of the architects of it, if you will. And he was a friend of all these people, including J.D. Vance and, of course, J.D. Vance is his protege. But now it appears that Charlie Kirk knew exactly what he was doing with Peter Thiel, and he dumped a lot of money into the 1789 Capital Fund.
And you have that documented?
Yep. Plainly says he was one of the first investors. So,
and what is the goal of this organization that you say he and others were investing in?
Well, this is a venture capital company, and they invest in companies. Like the first investment they made was to fund what was Carlson's network? TCN, I think it was, right?
Yeah,
that was their first investment. Omid Malik, perhaps. He's the CEO of 1789 Capital. That's all that.
Let me go back to the article. It says the impact of Rockbridge and super PACs on the 2024 election is not well understood. Rockbridge's affiliated super PAC, Turn Out for America, was one of a handful of groups that canvassed swing states on behalf of the Trump campaign, including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point Action. Turn Out for America spent $34.5 million on the 2024 cycle, according to FCC records, far less than the $261 million from Elon Musk and America's PAC. So what you're saying is they worked very hard to get Donald Trump elected. Is this why we're seeing Donald Trump go so big with the tech bros?
Yeah, apparently so. It seems like this whole thing was architected by Peter Thiel in the first place. We document this in our book, The Final Betrayal. We write a lot about Peter Thiel and documenting exactly where he came from, how he's done all his stuff, how he's strategized. He's a strategist for sure. But we see Peter Thiel in everything going back at least 25 years, starting with the PayPal Mafia. Going back at least 25 years, starting with the PayPal Mafia. And all of a sudden, he shows up here in this story where he's with J.D. Vance and Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's everywhere, it seems like. And this is not a mistake, for sure.
So what do you think the goal and objective is of these folks? Is it just technocracy?
Absolutely. It is absolutely so. These people, they're one column for sure. There's other people who want to take over the country as well and take over the world. So
everybody wants to rule the world, the old rock song.
Exactly. So,
do you think it's possible that Charlie Kirk got into this and saw what was going on, was about to blow the whistle on any of this?
This is a good possibility.
That Charlie Kirk got into this and saw what was going on, was about to blow the whistle on any of this?
This is a good possibility.